Yeah. It's hot. I was already like, I guess I won't wear this right now. And we don't know what cold is in San Diego. That's one of the things I do, I think, whatever, I'm voting for Steyer. I'm not telling you this. One of the things I do love about Steyer, everybody keeps joking that we have the sunshine tax, right? And that's why we pay so much. Well, why don't we have solar everywhere? Why don't we have the choice to say, well, I want to work for PG&E or SDG&E. I want to get solar. I don't think, I like Tom too because he's rich. He has his own money. Who are you voting for? Yeah, but I think Joel is, I know Joel because he's running for taxes. Joel Anderson, who's on the board. Oh, you're thinking of, are you talking about Bianco or Hill? No. Forgot this one. Oh, then he's not full time. Yeah, okay. I love that. 63 people. Thank you, California. I know. It's ridiculous how many people. It's crazy. I'm just crazy how many people got money. You know, I'm going to vote for Tom because of a lot of reasons. And there are other people that I'm not. It's kind of the fact that he's a billionaire. He's using his own money, and he has given so much of it away in the last 12 years. And the fact that he is going to bust up PG&E, and this is the only one that said, he hired him and said, you will be my chief of staff if I win. And that was setting it up, and I was finally having a woman. But today I'm praying for Mass to make it because he has shown that he has such integrity. Thomas Nash, he's a Republican. I mean, this is not in our state, but he has worked so much to make this FC5 releasing officially. And APAC, Israeli American PAC, has spent like $30 million to try to block me. So they see, and it's a Republican. And all he's saying is that it's FC5. Y'all want it. Y'all know it all. So is this your beautiful wife? You robbed the cradle? She robbed the cradle. Yeah, you look at her just like, no, I robbed the cradle. It's very interesting what we have going on. You know it's sad. It's that I've never seen more people from the Democrats in the governor's race. Like literally threats. Like I would say I'm not voting for Miss Sarah because I don't like Bill Oil. I don't want Chevron. And I don't support racism. You hear about racism? You don't just say, oh, I didn't want to run this. But if you ask somebody who's voting for Miss Sarah, oh man, I was eating like marijuana, and I'm kind of like, dude, it's not bad. It's not that bad. You don't even know who's going to win.
So you all took my favorite speaker. My favorite speaker. Hi, how are you? Yeah, good to see you. How are you?
No, but I love animals. She could be your show and tell. What is
I'm good.
well, that's oh, you want to present it? Okay, yeah. Like that, you know, it's she won't do it. It's number 2. And you know, talking about Marty Emerald. Marty Emerald's a rock star. You know, I brought her on to talk about how women struggle for power. And I had a lot of women, not saying men didn't listen, but we couldn't even have bank accounts. And now you got a man signing it up. That bugs me. Yeah, well, everybody's fighting. And instead of coming together, and instead of like, and I wanted that, then I would go with her that was voting against her. Because between two sides, we have a perfect plan for president. Where she has, I think, 150 days to make the money. But I also know that 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, if you have to figure out how to do this thing. Well, that's it. You know, I think 120 days, 150 days is fair. In big box. Independent, 2 and 6, I don't think they should. So you could just get somebody out of her home that she was renting, and she only had an extra home, so she had pocket money. And now she's having to pay mortgages out on her home. That shouldn't happen for private homes.
They were out of their mind, so happy they had stuff.
So there has to be more clear. I had a special shift that gastroenterologist not this dog, but my 20-pound dog. That wanted to jump in the air on the back of the couch. She's fine. Yeah, now I'm Are you gonna go by the vigil? I'm gonna go. I didn't go to the press, sir, just because I think that's time for the families and the people in the community. I think that would have been disrespectful for me to be, you know, even though I was invited. Well, yeah, talk, but also Chief Wall and Kelly Martinez, with all the technology. Why didn't they still talk? They know the kid has guns. He's all in the white pride, and got swastikas in his car, and Vestos. You know, when they developed the high against Sandy Council, and it passed, a number of us said, what about after George Floyd? That's not really, but it's kind of like, what about after Tulsa? You know, it's like we have no longer. My brothers and sisters, mothers, fathers, and it's diabolical. I asked them, I said, why don't you and they'll open the dog that way.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. That should be good. I think, yeah, that should be good.
We'll stand for now.
I love how you're always dressed. We need to get together real soon. How's your campaign going? Yeah? Now I want to say the name right. Manola. Manola? This is Carlton? Carlton? Okay, I didn't know. I saw you guys kind of not doing that here. So my three choices are you, Crystal, and Justin. How are you? Great. I'm not here right now, but I'm so I'm saving money. And as a disabled person, having a free home for a year, I have Did you hear how much money they're trying to stop all of this? It is crazy. And this man is just trying to do his money. Do what's right. I hear you. Well, I had a Republican call, not running, call Mark Howell. So he's running against him. Henley has done nothing in your season. And he was like, hey, you say, I need to introduce myself. I said, oh my God, you're the one I want to make sure. And he goes, you know we're on politics. And I go, I don't care about you. I care about I've been paid and stuff. And then I just said, there need these calls for change. And they are absolutely You're welcome, Carlton. Remember Eric? Oh, I was sitting over there. It's crazy. Knock on doors. She's on that one phone. He would have picked the little kid. Oh, okay. You know, I would tell you just like, come to my house. That's not a change of that's not how is it for you guys when you drive all around office like we're in Indiana? We drive fast. We tried. Yeah, I saw you there. As Patrick sexy slurry. The slurry is horrible. So they're going to rebuild. It's a long time. And we have to do and separate. I actually
Hi, good evening, everyone. We are not eager enough to have our new AD system put into action. We currently are microphoneless, so our fearless staff is working on the issue, and we should get started probably
walk in and I'm like, bands in there, we're all loungy, DJ's out here, we're doing stuff. It's all shirt. It's beautiful. Yeah, and I raised Dr. Jensen. I'm like, we gotta go. Let's start doing events and let's make it during the day because they don't have time. Yeah, and inspire. So all I need is I know you'll be dancing with her. Of course. No, but soon. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Everyone is like a That's it. Give me 30 seconds. That's all I need. I know, it's hard to believe, but I'm good. You heard me. Yeah, you keep talking and it's on your time. 30 seconds, you keep going. Okay, I'm getting yes. So there are these not yet. They got it approved. Wait, the microphones aren't working? Yes, maybe now. Well, there's so many people. Again, this is why they should have canceled like 2 hours ago. Well, there's so many people. Yeah, it would have been. But you see me, just do whatever. Just do the dance. I guess she's well, it's hard. You know what? I thought I was going to walk in and see those lights. The way it looks like when you're watching it at home. That took me about 8 It looked really cool. I was like, yeah, how did they do that so fast? It was actually.
You're right, we're in it. What's up, fellas?
Now going up to something and just like putting your initials over art, that's for people. And I think they're much like your J. That's what that's the rate of getting lost. You're sorry, you know this. You know, it's like some people are so timid when they're doing their art. You know, for me it was the fear that yeah, I'm not artist. I volunteered in my son's art class, and I remember in 7th grade, teachers told me I don't know how she did it, but it all went on. And the teacher's like, oh, this is all over through it. They said, are you Okay, that's it. If not, I may try to get over there. I may. I don't know. I don't think I'll do my But, you know, Cass and I are already going to get together just to do a beach day, which is going to be great. I love her so much. Now, being the executive director, the doctor, we have to get you endorsed by the doctor. The Progressive Democrats of America is a nationwide group. It is probably the most well-known and oldest. But most of the people in the group are from California. So since our path was larger, we had to separate from the national. So that's why we could do 40 on Zoom. 400. And like Tom Steyer showed up on Sunday night, and that was awesome. He said, I only have 5 minutes. He's not tied into anybody, he doesn't own anybody, he has his own, he's already been giving it away. I worked for one of the programs, the registration. And so, I just think he is cool. So the other one was to Sarah, when he said he was the chair of the party when women came forward, so he thought it was gossip and rumor. Anyway, he's actually the attorney general when 3 women came forward in 2017. The Chevron is not our friend. So as long as we have a choice of saying them, I don't care if he's there. Good for him. He's giving it all away. Still out can I applaud? Yeah, it's a lot of people.
You guys. Hey, Tom. Look at you. Let me hold a 20. Oh, you're Yeah, he's not lying. He's gonna say anything.
Oh, I'm good. That's what we did in the 80s. Cat eyes. I didn't have a steady hand before, so it was like, well, mine were crooked too. You remember Stratus, Spring Valley? They brought my mom there. She brought me out. That's why we go to a bunch of other places too. But I bring my mom up with things, with the cat makeup, the hair up to here, and my mom's all over German. Oh, that's so cool. Would you do that for me? Just let your mom know where you are and they'll let you get out there and give you freedom.
I didn't share. That was fun the other day, wasn't it? I had fun with you guys. Yeah, we'll have to do it again.
You know what? If I would have paid for it,
I love it. I'm actually, I didn't, well, I like that shit. I ate that,
yeah, I don't know why I would. Let's go back outside.
Just kept showing it. Oh, or you might have been one of those talk shows.
Welcome to the of Lemon Grove's regular city council meeting. I would like to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones. City clerk, will you please call the roll of the city council members in attendance?
Let the record reflect that all council members are present.
Thank you. Will everyone please rise and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Just really quickly, before we get this meeting started, I want everybody to be aware that the meeting agenda for tonight, PowerPoint, and 80 written public comments that have been received are situated at the public review table. So make sure you pick one up.
And City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Snow, council members, I have no changes to tonight's agenda.
Before we get started, I would like to look to my council members and see, we have to hit the budget, Measure T report, and the BERS resolution today. So I would propose moving item number 2 to the end of the calendar and then reevaluate at about 8:30 where we are at. Does that sound good?
We've been waiting 45
Uh,
minutes. Should have canceled this meeting because of what happened.
That's your first warning. Thank you.
Bring it on.
We can't move the first measure in the budget and the Senate protection.
This item has been somewhat disorganized since the beginning, and it is important that we maintain everything as scheduled. We'll do our best to hear everyone, but there is a lot of comments, and everything has to get done. So unfortunately, I would like to see everything happen, even if we have to stay here till very, very late at night.
If you're here for item 2, could you stand up, please? Stand. We've been waiting for 45 minutes. Yeah. So I'd at least like to hear from the public and want to make our recommendation. But these folks are here now, and I think that's
All right, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we have to hit the budget and the other 2 items today. So what I'll go ahead and do is we'll keep item 2 on the agenda, but we'll just move it to the end of those items to make sure we get through the items that we absolutely have to get through today. Next, I want to move on to please keep order. It's been a long day and we have a long ways to go, and so I will issue warnings and ask you to leave if you're not able to comport yourself. This is a really important meeting and a lot of people have a lot of things to say. We want to make sure everybody gets heard. So one of the things, we had a city council member, a former city council member who recently passed away, and I wanted to take a moment to honor his memory. Howard Cook was a former Lemon Grove City Council member, really served his community, was really interested in making sure that Lemon Grove was a beautiful, warm place to be able to raise your family. And so I want to take just a moment to honor his memory. So please bow your heads in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then we had a deep tragedy in our community in the county of San Diego. The Islamic Center of San Diego, one of the largest mosques in the county of San Diego, was brutally attacked. There was a shooting. A father of 8 lost his life in that shooting. It is a tragedy. It is a tragedy. One that we should all find unacceptable in our hearts. There is hate raging through communities. People are desperate. People are looking at each other in ways that we shouldn't look at our fellow human beings. And so I really would like to take this opportunity to honor that father's life. That
People who died, 3 people. There was the landscaper.
I'm getting there, please. If you just, this is your second warning. I need you to
What
stop.
I missed, I'm gonna talk. So you just.
Second warning in the front. Thank you.
You have no class.
So in addition to the father that passed, they also lost a 17-year-old life and a 19-year-old life. And that's your third warning. Can you please step out? This is such an important moment, and I need.
I'm not talking about the 3 innocent people that died.
I haven't got there yet. You won't let me get through the meeting. Please, can you have her escorted out? This is going to be a very long meeting.
You're gonna have to. That's how you treat people when you screw up, but you gotta wait a lot longer.
Lady,
So yes, I'm so sorry. This is a really difficult thing to get through. And we are a tight community, we are a diverse community. We have 2 mosques in our own community. There were 3 innocent people, like she said, that were lost. And we also lost 2 young lives. It's a tragedy. We have no space for hate. We have no space for anything but coming together during these tough times. So I honor our own Islamic community here. I know that the hearts of their family members and their community are hurting. And I would also like to take a moment of silence in their honor and also so that they may feel our solidarity. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. Next, we have a presentation. This is Matt Sanford, President and CEO of the East County Economic Development Council. Thank you, Matt.
Try to keep this brief and maybe a bit of optimism here. But good evening, Mayor Snow and members of the City Council. My name is Matt Sanford, and I recently accepted the role of CEO of the East County Economic Development Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to introduce myself and to reintroduce our organization and share a few ways that we are actively supporting businesses and economic development here in Lemon Grove throughout the county. For those who may not be familiar with ECEDC, our mission is to strengthen the economic vitality of East County. We do that through business support, workforce development, regional partnerships, and fostering strategic investment in our communities. One of the primary programs we house is the East County Small Business Development Center, or SBDC. Through our center, we provide no-cost, one-on-one business advising, training workshops, and access to capital support for small businesses. This work is funded through the California Office of the Small Business Advocate and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. There's no cost to us locally. Last year alone, the East County SBDC and broader San Diego Imperial County SBDC network provided advising for more than 6,000 business owners, hosted over 900 workshops, helped businesses generate more than $266 million in new sales, and supported over $322 million in capital infusions. Beyond the numbers, what has been especially exciting to me in my first several weeks in this role has been seeing the energy coming out of our East County business community and out of Lemon Grove specifically. On April 29th, members of our team attended a meeting of the Lemon Grove Business Group. Business owners were talking passionately about growing their businesses, beautifying the community, continuing to shape Lemon Grove into a thriving destination for arts, culture, and entrepreneurship. And our goal is to help those businesses and the community at large realize that potential. We want to help support that in a meaningful way. Coming out of that meeting, our East County SBDC Director, Mary Williams, connected with several of those businesses to ensure they receive hands-on guidance in a smooth advising process. We've already begun meeting directly with local businesses, including Lee's Auto and Lemon Grove Coffee, with additional meetings scheduled for Grocero's Tattoo and Skate and others to better understand their needs and connect them with the right advisors, tools, and funding opportunities. We also continue to partner with the City of Lemon Grove through our EPA Brownfield Assessment Grant Program. This program helps identify and assess properties where environmental concerns may complicate redevelopment, business expansion, or reuse. Using federal funding, we are able to support eligible Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessments at no cost to qualifying property owners or projects. In Lemon Grove, we've continued outreach through city leadership, staff, and community groups, including the Revitalized Broadway Group and Lemon Grove Business Group. And through those discussions, we've already identified several potential sites for assessment, including the former Gap Stop at 8000 Broadway and several former dry cleaner locations. These assessments can help remove uncertainty, attract investment, and move underutilized properties closer to productive economic use. In addition, East County EDC is launching a new $800,000 revolving loan fund through an Economic Development Administration grant, supported in part through matching contributions from the City of Lemon Grove, Mesa, El Cajon, and Santee. Our goal with this program is to increase access to flexible capital for local businesses and entrepreneurs, especially those who may not qualify for traditional financing, but are ready to grow, hire, and invest in the community. The revolving loan fund will become a sustainable funding source for this type of work, and we appreciate the partnership with the City of Lemon Grove to help make that fund reality. Additionally, we have programs that operate on a broader regional and statewide scale, but they are designed to create localized community impact. Through programs like CalC, or the California Shipbuilding Ecosystem Alliance, we're helping connect local manufacturers and suppliers to opportunities within California's growing maritime and defense industrial base, which remains a major economic driver for the San Diego region. This is a program that can help smaller manufacturers, which Lemon Grove has a number of, find new customers in the maritime industrial base, which can yield greater economic resiliency and growth. We're also administering employment training panel funding that helps manufacturers of all sizes offset the cost of employee training and workforce development. To date, more than $500,000 has already been distributed to local companies to support upskilling, onboarding, and long-term workforce retention. ETG can be a burden for small businesses to work through on their own, which is why our organization takes on the back-end burden, allowing those manufacturing businesses to focus on the parts that they do best, training their workforce to have the skills they need to be successful. The last program I will touch on is work we are doing through the Department of Energy. We are helping small and mid-sized manufacturers identify opportunities to modernize operations, improve energy efficiency, and reduce operating costs, helping local businesses remain competitive while supporting sustainable economic growth throughout the region. As we move forward, we are excited to continue building relationships with the city, local organizations, and the business community, and we look forward to helping connect Lemon Grove businesses with the resources they need to be successful. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. East County Economic Development Council has really stepped up for our community. We're really appreciative of the different programs, the funding opportunity, and our contribution to that revolving loan fund is being considered tonight on the budget. So we really appreciate your timely presentation. Thank you so much. Next, we'll open up to the general comment portion of the meeting. During the general public comment portion, the public may express concerns or address issues that are not on the agenda today. Please note that according to state law, the City Council is not permitted to respond to any comments expressed by the public. However, we are very interested in making sure that you get responses to your questions. So we have 11 items on general public comment, which if we give 3 minutes for each, it will take us about 33 minutes. So I am going to ask everybody to be patient while we reduce that number to 2 minutes, so that each speaker gets 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Matt Solar, and I just want to make sure if you're coming up and you do have an item that's on the agenda, just raise your hand and say, oh wait, I'll hold on to the agenda and we'll save it to the agenda item, okay? All right, Matthew Solar.
Thank you. So I don't believe this is on the public comment, but I just wanted to express support for reopening the rec center as part of allowing Lemon Grove activities that have been happening on Saturdays to continue to expand and help to vitalize Lemon Grove, to bring in people who may or may not be residents to these events. Right now it's really focused on Saturdays. The groups continue to grow and grow. And opening the rec center, Brianna, who's been facilitating those Saturday meetups, is graciously volunteered to be the facilitator for operating the activities if the rec center does get open. And I know there's been talk about having outside groups come in with maybe more experience and funding to run it. I feel like allowing Brianna to continue growing and kind of facilitating what she's kind of created herself. You know, she has the rapport, she has the trust with all the people who are going right now, and it would just make a lot more sense for her to continue growing and to support local growth.
Thank you. Next we have Ricky Nunez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ricky Nunez. I work for the City of Lemon Grove Public Works Department. I do want to state that I am not representing the city at this time. We come up here today. Each year we get an annual 3% increase for cost of living. It was recently brought up that we should get an additional 3% on top of our 3%. We don't, all we want to do is for you guys to just hear us out, take a look at it, and see all the benefits that come with that. For the first time in almost 10 years, the Public Works Department has been fully staffed. The men beside me right now, we work all day in the streets, in the sewers, in our parks, in our facilities. A lot of us are available 24/7 to respond to emergencies throughout the city. You know, we want to keep this crew. We definitely don't want to lose them to other cities because the pay is a little bit more. 3%, I don't believe is a lot to ask for to keep this great group of guys that we work with. You know, statistically, a road worker job in America is more dangerous than a firefighter or a police officer. So I have to trust these guys with my life, and vice versa every single day. And we have a tight-knit family here. We get the job done. Our sanitation department hasn't had a sewer spill in almost 11 months. I know it may not seem like it, but our streets department is making great strides in the streets. Again, first time we've been staffed like this in almost 10 years, so we're working on it, but we're getting out there and we're doing the job. And so all I ask is if you guys can please just take a look at it. If you guys decide not to do it, again, we appreciate it. We all come and do this job with pride, and if you guys do decide to do it, then awesome, thank you.
Next, we have Brenda Hammond. It's better if you actually hold on to it. And then check the paper sign.
Testing.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Mayor for acknowledging yesterday. And, because that was very sad. And that reminded me that we have domestic terrorism happening right here in Lemon Grove, La Mesa, a couple other cities. It's people messing with people. And they're doing it on the cameras, They stand behind the cameras and they mess with people to get people's reaction. What did I say at all those other meetings? I will give them what they're looking for. I'm not afraid to drop the F-bomb, but they're gonna mess with somebody and they're gonna get hurt, and it's gonna be their own fault. So can we just ask the county, some of them told me they get the $20 by certain county people to do that. That's domestic terrorism, it's against the law. But dropping the F-bomb is not. I won't do it here though, I promise. But thank you again, Mayor, for acknowledging that today, appreciate it. And I didn't know about Howard Cook. I'm dog sitting right now, so I'm paying attention to the dogs. Howard, I campaigned my ass off for that man. And they say he wouldn't have wanted to work for me, but I didn't know about that. So thanks for announcing that as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken King.
Well, you that are running by mayor, as you can tell, we're 42 minutes into it because they interact together. We've had lots of money in the coffer to get.
We can't hear anything.
We had lots of money in the coffer to get this system fixed years ago. But you guys have been sitting up there doing nothing, just twiddling your fingers as usual. I think Joelle needs to learn how to make things smaller because he left out the part where her husband is doxing. Yes, the mayor's husband is doxing with his fake accounts that they both run here in Lemon Grove. So be aware if you're on Facebook.
Next, we have Richard Hammett.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to donate my time to the city.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have John Elwood.
Yesterday on Central, Channel 7 pulled into my neighbor's driveway and pulled down the power lines. where they were parking all over the place. And, fire department, from here and from Mesa, San Diego. I don't know, there were about 4 fire apparatus over there, which shut down Central. Oh, patience. They're supposed to be a virtue. But the city of Lemon Grove people don't have any virtue. Fire departments were trying to get the people to back up, turn around, go down the hill, or go back up the hill. But people here just didn't want to do it. You've got to pack your patience when you're driving your vehicle. That's something I learned a long time ago. So get with it, people. Another thing is I have the only pump station in the city of Lemon Grove. I've worked with the city to fairly much maintain it, allowing the city to come in and do whatever they have to do. And I've asked them many times to move a meter box that's up the hill from the pump station, which is down by the creek.
Our next speaker is Carlton Overstreet Jr.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Snow and members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to come before you tonight to discuss America's 250th anniversary celebration on Friday, July 3rd, 2026 at Fraganza Park, led by America's 250th Anniversary Planning Committee, Mayor Pro Tem Jessica Heredia, and Council Member Jennifer Mendoza. My name is Carlton Overstreet Jr. with Agency LLC and Oak Park Solutions. Thank you for stepping up to the podium and bringing such an incredible energy to the council chambers tonight. You are entirely right to prioritize the semi-quincentennial, which is a once-in-a-generation milestone, and how we choose to mark it matters. While other municipalities might be taking the safe, traditional route, Lemon Grove has always punched above its weight when it comes to culture, community, and pride. Bringing together a lineup that pairs the deep cinematic grooves of the Sure Fire Soul Ensemble and the powerhouse vocals of the Ladies of Soul with local heavyweights like Spring Valley's Ryan Anthony and Lemon Grove's very own Rob Stone is a brilliant vision. It doesn't just celebrate America's history, it celebrates our region's contemporary impact on music and pop culture. Offering a soundtrack of that caliber rooted right here in East County is exactly how you make an event unforgettable. We appreciate you bringing this passionate proposal and lineup to our attention. To help us look at how this fits into the city's upcoming summer calendar, what specific support or action are you looking for from the City Council tonight regarding venue space, funding, or permitting? Thank you for letting me share.
Our next speaker is Manola Clark Manson.
Good evening. Manola Clark Manson, and I'm going to speak about Source Selection Committee and contracting. Just to give you a little bit of history of why I'm even speaking here today about this is because I have over 27 years working with the County of San Diego's contracting, creating the policy, working on the training for it, and training people and certifying people to provide contracting services, creating RFPs, responding for RFPs. I would like to suggest that this is going in and out. I would like to suggest that we create a policy on contracting. And I don't know what the number should be, but over a certain number, we should have a source selection committee that involves the public. There are too many times where the public is asking, why are we choosing this person or that person? That,
Is this the one that you meant to do on consent calendar?
excuse me?
This is the public comment portion. Did you want to do this part on consent calendar?
No. This is about general policy on contracting.
Just wanted clarification from the
Yeah.
secretary. Thank
It's
you.
not about a particular policy
Yeah, sorry.
or contract. Okay, now I don't know where I was. There is too many times where people are asking, why are we choosing one contractor? Why are we doing one? Why are we sourcing this one and not sourcing that one? And if we had a policy that included the public in the process, then the choices that we make would be more public and we would have more involvement as a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience. Sorry about that. The next speaker is Sandy R.
Good afternoon. I just want to say, before you guys consider your vote and the ordinance, I was like saying if some way that the owners, which is a good thing that they're trying to renovate our properties and stuff, we've lost over half our tenants. But the thing is that the way they did it was so that because they didn't have permits and stuff. Now, is there any way before the landlords or the owners or whatever start their renovations, getting rid of people and all that there's a way?
Is this on the tenant protection ordinance?
No, exactly.
Okay.
I just want to say that, is there any way to make sure that they have their ducks in a row and have their permits and everything before they start giving out notices to make us move and all this stuff? Because everybody seems to be for the owners and the renovations and all this, you know, the property owners and stuff, which is a good thing, to beautify and update. I have no problem with that. But they started it without the proper permits in the first place. Now we have to stop work order over there, and our place is a mess. So I was just, when you consider your ordinance, also consider that they didn't have their ducks in a row in the first place too. That's it.
Mayor Snow and council members. Mayor Snow and council members, written public comment has been received for the general public comment portion of the agenda. Copies have been made available and distributed to the full city council.
That concludes the general public comment portion of the meeting. And next we will go to consent calendar. We have one speaker slip on the consent calendar, that is Noah Clark Hansen. Please state the agenda item on the consent calendar. You marked one. One.
Noah Clark Hansen. I live on Lawton, which bumps up against Mount Vernon. And Mount Vernon is not, I can't find it on the list of streets to be repaired. And I'm very concerned that we're passing this and Mount Vernon is a portion of Mount Vernon that I'm talking about that's in front of the school that was supposed to be prioritized 2 years ago, and then this year, and then also for next year because it's in front of the school, still isn't prioritized. And I'm very concerned that we have a street that we can pick up the street in pieces and walk away with it in front of a school. That's it. I want to know why it isn't on a priority. Mount Vernon, portions of Mount Vernon have not run into school.
We have no further speaker slips, but we do have written public comment that is available at the front table. I'll have Izzy address the last comment. Thank you.
So Mount Vernon between Washington Street and Mountain Drive is included in our 25-26 street rehabilitation project, which is currently out to bid. That project is due June 2nd. We will have a contract before the City Council on June 16th. The item 1D project list, the streets that are included as part of that agenda item, are for fiscal year 26-27.
You can all clap for that. Exhibit getting fixed.
Really appreciate it. It's teamwork up here today. All right. So do I have a motion to adopt or approve the consent calendar? Motion to approve this consent calendar. Do I have a second? Second. Will our city clerk please call the roll?
The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Heredia with a second by Mayor Snow. I'll now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Abdulmanap. Councilmember Mendoza. Mayor Pro Tem Heredia. Mayor Snow. The motion carries unanimously.
Next, we'll move on to item number 3. This is the fiscal year 2026-2027 general fund draft operating budget. I will call on our interim city manager, Tony Winnie, to provide introductory remarks. He will then introduce our city finance director, Darlene Morrow Truver, to present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're here to introduce the draft operating budget for fiscal year 26-27. So our staff has been diligent in work creating this draft for the last few months in partnership with all the departments of the city. And we have our interim finance director, Darlene Truver, here to my left, who will be providing a presentation on the draft budget for your consideration this evening. I do want to kick it off by saying that we are proposing a balanced budget for this year, so we're very proud of the work that's been put into making sure that we remain stewards of the public money. I will now turn it over to Darlene to provide an overview.
Okay, good evening, our mayor, council members, and public. We will go through a PowerPoint of this year's proposed budget. We are just talking about the general fund today, which is the city's primary day-to-day operating fund, public safety, government administration, services, street maintenance, environmental programs, and our park maintenance. In fiscal year 2024-25, we've got the audit complete, and our actual surplus was small, approximately 30,000, from over 3 million. Our total revenues, transfers, and carryovers is 21.3 million, and total expenditures is 21.3. The very small surplus is, we recommend this transfer into fund balance. We're going to go briefly over the general city reserves. The general reserve policy requires that we do 25% or more of the government general fund adopted operating budget. In 24-25, the balance from the reserve fund was 5.6 million, which was 26.8% of the general fund budgeted expenditures that year. In 25-26, the budget balance in the reserve fund is 5.8, which is, for that year is 25.5%. 25-26, we're projecting a balance of 6.4, which will be 29.1%. And then 26-27, the budget that we're presenting, we're projecting again 6.4 with a 29% reserve balance. So we're well within the required reserves. For fiscal year 25-26, we are projecting a small surplus of 0.8 million. The total revenues, transfers, and funding is 22.8 million, and that's for the at budget. The projected expenditures are 22 million, or 8.8 million, 4% lower than budget. We would recommend that we defer making any decisions with that surplus until the fiscal year 26 audit is complete and we have audited final. For fiscal year 26-27, we are projecting a very small surplus of 0.3 million, 300,000 for 27. The total revenues and transfers are projected to be 22.4, which is 2% lower than the fiscal year 26 budget. And then the expenditures, we're requesting 22.2 million, which is 1% lower than the 26 budget. We are, fiscal year 26-27, being very conservative and cautious in approaching our budget due to the many uncertainties in today's economy. Some of the city's major revenue sources are sales tax. We are projecting it to be 3% higher than 26 and 2% higher than actuals. The property taxes are another large item. We are projecting 5% higher than the 26 budget, 4% higher than what actually came in. And property tax in lieu, DLF, again, a 5% higher budget than 26 and approximately 4% higher than the actuals. The next page is showing you the percentage of some of these revenue sources. As you can see, sales tax is 37% of our overall budget, property tax 21%, property tax in lieu is 19%, and then we have other taxes, other revenues, fire department fees, development fees, and transfers that make up the rest. The total on the next page is a total of 22, that's 22.4 in these categories, and it's in dollars. Move on to the next. The expenditures that we projected in this year's budget incorporate all the known increases for all the existing services that the city has ongoing. And we've included a 3% COLA for fire and the labor agreements and non-resident employees. So basically, the majority of employees we're recommending have included a 3% COLA. If you look at the next slide, our major expenditure department areas, we do law enforcement, 37% of the budget, fire 31%, we have administration at 15%, public works at 12%, community development at 5%. The next slide shows that in the millions of dollars, so the total 22,164,017 is what we have included in the budget for total expenditures. Our major changes by department that have occurred that we've included in this year's budget is for the city clerk to have an e-scribe software, which I believe is to help with these meetings. For $33,000. We are going to add to the budget that we bring back to the city manager's budget an economic development study, which is one of the priorities of council for $90,000. Community services, we added 40,000 for the city anniversary event. Fire department is adding an EMS training of 25,000, and their dispatch service contract increase 25,000. Law enforcement has a contract increase of 3.5%. Public Works Facilities is going to include a contractual services agreement with a preventative maintenance contract to keep up with all the things that need to be maintained in the city. Community development, we have included a community development services director. 175K of it will be paid for by the general fund. The other portion of it will be paid by sanitation and a few other miscellaneous funds. And in the non-departmental, we have included election costs for the upcoming elections to the council and also ballot measures. We also are including a compensation study of approximately 100,000. We had 50 in there. We've added another 50 because we've gotten some results. We haven't done the study yet. We haven't awarded it yet, but we wanted to include enough money for what bids have come in. We wanted to indicate that in the budget, the council's priorities that we have identified in the budget right now are the economic development study. We talked about the 90,000. Community development director has been added. We have sidewalks being funded through Measure T. A lighting initiative study will be funded through the lighting district and a revolving loan program through Measure T. Trying to incorporate what the city set as priorities. So at this point, we're just reviewing that we recommend that we review and discuss the general fund draft operating budget, and we will incorporate changes as necessary, and we'll be put back for a final budget along with the capital improvement program and other funds on June 2nd.
Completes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, we have one public comment item on this matter. It's Camilla Clark.
Question, city manager search, is that already paid for this year, or is that being paid for next year? And then, it seems like there is funds available for the COPS program within the budget, the general fund, and I'd like that to be considered instead of it being out of Measure T, because Measure T is not supposed to be there.
We'll start with Councilmember Smith on questions.
So, a lot of my questions were line items for council priorities, but we do have that in the slide. So that covers a lot of what I want to say. I'm happy that we're putting on the community development manager. I think we've heard a lot from our constituents about going through the community development process. So happy to bring on staff, happy to provide resources where they're needed, such as described. So I have fewer questions, more comments about it. I'm glad we have things in the budget. yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now, and when we come back to the second round, I will attempt to have more questions.
Thank you, Mayor Snow, and thank you, staff, for doing such a great job at developing this draft budget. As we can see, we are definitely bringing in just as much revenues as we have in expenditures. A good portion of our expenditures, 68%, is for public safety. The biggest one there is law enforcement at 37%. I have some questions in regards to the roles and duties that the community development director will be having, and specifically which ordinances will be enforced, and that the community can see what that person is doing or what that crew is doing. Additionally, I had a question regarding the funds allocated for the community development team. It shows 175, is that total, or is it 175 plus 88 for extra help for that department?
Thank you for your questions. So I'll talk first about the community development director position. So this is a director level position that the city council requested when we had our meeting last on the new fiscal year strategic goals. And so the total amount for that position is 233, so that's the salary and benefits all in. And then the director will be working on not only managing the department of community development, both building and planning, but will also be working on long-range planning. So that would include things such as SB 79, which is a piece of state legislation that we've been talking to council and moved it out a bit lately. And so making sure that all of the legislation coming down from the state regarding building and planning is implemented appropriately, making sure that the city is participating in public outreach and talking to the public to inform them of changes to state law. In addition to that, we do have a number of projects that have been on the back burner because we do have a small staff in community development. So my hope is that the director will be taking on some of those projects. For example, one project would be an ordinance for street vending, which we currently do not have in place. And we have quite a few other projects that would meet that threshold as well. So we're pretty excited to put that work to work.
We will do whatever it takes to make this meeting go as smooth as possible. I appreciate it. Tony, what will it take for us to see our streets cleaner? Is there any room in the budget to hire staff that can help clean the city of Plymouth Road, enforce the parking and the RV ordinances that we currently have, and I'll ask one more question and I'll hand it to you so we're not going back and forth. Is there anything else that can be shifted around in the budget to allow for room for the rec center, which is what a lot of people have been asking for? And that is it for me. Thank you.
Regarding enforcement of particular street parking and other regulations of the right of way. So that would come in with the purview of our contract with the sheriff department. So we do have a community service officer that we spoke to the council about at the last meeting. So that position is currently being recruited for and will be filled shortly. And so they are the ones that would typically go out to the field and enforce those regulations. Regarding the recreation center, so that is one of the strategic goals the council approved at the last meeting. So we'll be working on creating a plan for not only reactivating the recreation center, but also the senior center as well. So we need to sit down and do an analysis of exactly what that's going to take. And the staffing and the resources that are going to be needed in order to accommodate that. So I think that you know, it would be a little premature at this point to put anything in the budget to try to accomplish those goals until we really recognize the scope of what we're trying to accomplish with both of those city assets.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza.
So I do want to thank staff for spending 2 hours with each of us to go over this budget and actually go over everything this evening. It's making our meeting go a lot quicker, but I do have a couple of comments that I wanted to make. And I kind of feel like we're tracking each other here. But maybe not, you might not agree. So a couple weeks ago, you may remember that we had a goal-setting meeting with the community. And so we went around the room and we picked goals for the city for next year, and so did community members. So at that meeting, one thing that was not on our list at all was a community development director. We have a community development manager. And maybe 12 years ago, we had a director and a manager in the community development department. But we also had an entire community development department, which we no longer have. We now contract out for most of those services. So I want to look into this a little bit more before we step forward and hire a director. Or if we hire a director, do we need a manager? So now we've got a director and a manager, but they're not directing or managing very many. So I did ask the city manager for the same thing that Councilmember Alvarado asked for. A job description for the manager and a job description for the director. What are they going to be doing that are different from each other? I have somewhat of an idea. And I'm not saying that I don't think we need a community development director, but I don't think we need it at this time. What we need, and Councilmember Alvarado also touched on this, we need code enforcement. We need someone to be out and having people move illegally parked cars, motor homes. We have one man, and God bless him, working in doing code enforcement for the entire city of Lemon Grove. And that's not just so-and-so isn't trimming their bushes. This is for building as well. This is a lot of work for this one person. And if he goes on vacation, which he needs a vacation now and then, there's no one filling in for him. So what I would like to do is put the community development director kind of on the back burner. And I do want to add, 4 council members, went, oh, that sounds like a great idea. But how many people in the community thought it was a great idea? Of the 26 people that were here, 2 people. But what was number 1 for the community was the recreation center, doing something about all the vacant properties in Lemon Grove, which is something that a code enforcement officer would be looking into. So this is what I want to put to my council members. If we hire, and also, we don't have a city manager right now. We have an interim city manager. And he's doing a wonderful job, and I'm so glad that you're here because he would be sunk without you. But I feel that we should not be hiring a director in the city of Lemon Grove until we have a city a permanent city manager in place. And that, I just feel this whole thing is premature. Like, we don't have a job description. We're gonna approve a job for somebody when we don't even have a job description for that person. So, I would like to see us wait and actually address what the people of, the citizens of Lemon Grove are concerned with right now. And that's how our city looks. The vacant properties, the abandoned vehicles, people who are, you know, letting their bushes grow over the sidewalk and can't even walk around. So, and you know, if you hire a director, you can't say, oh, next year, well, we don't have enough money, so we have to let you off. But if we hired a code enforcement officer and we didn't have enough money next year, that's kind of a different scenario. We need we need to plan long range, and do we really need this director long range? So, and then the other thing is, we really need the community service, all this community stuff, community service officer. We don't have one right now, and I don't know how long we have. I didn't know that we didn't have one, but I did kind of notice, I haven't seen that guy for a long time. This is the guy that writes parking tickets. So, you know, I really don't want our deputies writing parking tickets. That, you know, our deputies should be patrolling the streets and, you know, fighting crime, not giving somebody a ticket because they parked for 2 hours and 10 minutes in front of the coffee shop. So I would like to propose, why can't we just hire our own community service officer? Do we have to get one through the sheriff's department? And if we had our own community service officer, then any tickets that that person would write would generate revenue for the city. It wouldn't be generating revenue for the sheriff's department. So those are the two positions that I think we should be looking at, not a $223,000 expenditure for a community services director at this
A couple of points there. So I agree with you. We actually have a lot of different needs in terms of staffing within the organization. We are a very lean organization as a whole, and I think that's something that you all recognize readily. And so I could make a suggestion for council. We are in the process of conducting a compensation and classification study completed this fall. And so part of that is, of course, looking at the current compensation structure for all of our employees, but it will also be making suggestions in terms of the way that those positions are potentially classified. And one of the things that I would love to spend some time with the council discussing is creating stepping stones for our employees within the department so that there's a natural transition for those individuals so that they can progress through their career without leaving the organization and going elsewhere. And we have that in some departments, and in others we don't. And so I think that that would be a very worthwhile conversation to have. But I think that it will also be supplemented by the results of our class compensation study. So once that's complete, we could embark on that conversation and see what those recommendations are from the consultant, and then maybe have that conversation in terms of overall staffing need within the organization, and take a look at not only the community development director, but then the code enforcement officer and the parking officer as well. So I think that's all within the realm of possibility. It's just a timing issue. So if the council was open to the suggestion, we could leave the funding for the director role in the budget, and then make some of those decisions later this year. So we would leave that position vacant for the time being, and then make decisions based on what we might like to do with that funding at that time after the study is completed.
Also address her question about whether or not we're required under the current sheriff's contract to have a community
I might invite the lieutenant up here to join me in the conversation, or the karaoke mic that I've got. But we are not required, however, we do need to consult with the sheriff's department, and I think that there are economies of scale in terms of collaborating with the sheriff's department and how those laws are enforced. And of course, we could choose to do that, but we do have that position under our current contract with the sheriff's department. And so, I think that it would be wise to utilize that. But if you would like to have us explore having our own officer in-house, we can look at that too and get you some information in terms of how that position might work within the sheriff's department. Obviously, they would not be part of the sheriff's department; they would be city employee staff. Lieutenant, if there's anything that you'd like to add to that conversation about the CSO.
Yeah, is everyone able to hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. So our community service officer is currently in the hiring process. We just got an update, I believe, last week. Then it sounds like they passed most of the background process, so it looks like we're coming to the conclusion of the hiring process. So we're hoping 4 to 8 weeks before we get our community service officer in the office, get them trained up, and out in the field writing tickets. Our last community service officer was great. She did such a good job that she got hired as a deputy sheriff and is currently in the academy. When it comes to contract-wise, I'm not sure the time frame, but if there's a lapse in service, which I believe it would qualify under, there will be a prorated portion coming back to the city for the prior community service officer.
I believe it's a gap of anything 2 months or more in that position is prorated.
And I've been here since February, and there's been gaps since then.
So we could fill the role and then make some other determinations after the study is done.
Oh, okay, so I definitely agree to put the community development director in the back burner for now. I think that the rec center and senior center are real big community priorities, and I think it's been since 2021 I've been advocating to open the rec center, and look at the movement now. It has grown exponentially. So it has shown that the community wants that service, they miss having that service. We need to expand that service to cover children in the ages of like 12 to 18. There's no programming for those kids, and those are the most at-risk kids on our streets. So I just really want to say that I know that we keep getting the same answer, I guess, year after year after year. And, I'd rather see the rec center than the community services development. I don't think we need a director or another manager. I think we need somebody under our current person in that role now. That's not a high, I don't need more management, right? I need somebody for the manager to manage. That's what I need. So, the other thing I wanted to ask about was the non-departmental elections for 105K. Can you explain a little bit to that, why it's so high for the elections this year?
We received the information of what it would cost to run elections, so the first from the county, and but at the high end for city council was 55,000, and if there were to be put a measure on the ballot, that was the high end was 50. So we did budget at the high end, but it wasn't range. So that's what we did.
To add to that, the registrar of voters is kind of notorious for, maybe stating that the election may cost one thing and then you get a different bill and then you're obligated to pay it regardless. So we budgeted at the high end for a reason, just in case it does come out.
Then just to clarify, if there was a ballot measure, it's the Byrd measure, that's the 50,000.
Thank you. I echo all the comments regarding staff's dedication for this. I had a million questions in the meeting. And so we got a lot of clarification there. One thing I wanted to address was one of the items that was discussed in public comment about the 3% cost of living increase. I would like to see the next time the budget comes back, evaluations on what it would cost us as a city, salaries plus the retirement, other factors that go into determining how much it costs per employee. For all non-management level staff, for a 4% increase, a 5% increase, and a 6% increase. That way we have better facts to be able to evaluate how much that would cost. I know in order to be competitive for our city manager position, we have had to significantly raise the amounts that we're offering for the city manager position. I believe it's around $40,000 more than we were paying our last city manager. Very expensive to lose that city manager. I really can't justify paying that much more for a city manager to be competitive and not try and keep and retain the people who made the city what it is today. And I want to make sure that they know that they're valued and move us closer to being competitive in the market so we can keep and retain the same people who made our city great. So I'd like to have that analysis done. And then I also would just ask our public works staff came and asked for the opportunity to sit down and negotiate. And I would encourage staff to sit down and meet with and honor that request. I'm to sit down and negotiate and have the conversation with them on these raises, not maybe the ability to be able to raise this. Next, I also wanted to look at the issue of in the discussions on priorities, there was a lot of conversation about public-private partnerships and looking to our own community-based organizations and being able to support them. We do have some additional funding, and it will come up when we have our Measure T conversation, but I would like to do something like they do at the county level, community enhancement contracts, but have them be public-private partnerships with our community-based organizations, dedicate about $50,000 toward that, and grants of $10,000 each so that local nonprofit organizations who are already doing good work in our community might be able to expand what they're doing. And then we also, I think that will also give them the opportunity to be able to show whether or not they are able to take it next level and turn this into a full-time program that the city's willing to commit to and they're willing to commit to. Sometimes you bite off more than you can chew. And this would be a good way to help fund that, support them who are already supporting us, our own community, and then set that money aside. So I would really like to see something like that, and that would help us get the rec center open sooner rather than later using community-based groups who are already kind of doing the work. And then finally, one other issue is I think we need a little bit more money in the training for city council. A lot of us are very new at this. It is a very steep learning curve. I have been humbled many times on how much I do not know when we're doing this. And so I think a little bit more money would be appropriate. The San Diego State University has a really good academy for local elected leaders. I think it would behoove all of us to be able to go to that meeting and have that training opportunity. There's also League of Cities trainings, and I would like to see a little bit more money going from $11,000 to $15,000. It's not a huge increase, but that would cover us all being able to attend those trainings that are so vital for us to do our job effectively. I'll now turn it back and do a second round, and I'll pass it down to Councilmember Smith.
I'll start off saying I like the idea that we take a look at the increases of the additional 1.3%. I was looking sort of just at what inflation was over the last 3 years, and it looks, 3% raise in those 3 years. It looks to be that 2022 inflation was something like 5.8%. 2023 between 3.6 and 4, and 2024 was about 3.9. So we're getting to the point where we're at about 2 some percent. So I think it would be a good idea to look at that and explore what those possibilities are. I also agree that I want to see us support our community groups, and I've said it up here before, and I think many of us have said it up here before, that we would like to see partnerships in our community to get our rec centers, to help with our rec centers, where we can. And there may be places where we can't, but the possibilities that we're exploring. I also wanted to say where kind of my excitement came from in the community development director position is spending 8 years on planning commission. We had very limited staff in planning, and because we had such limited staff, we weren't able to take on initiatives. We weren't able to say we couldn't do a conservation zone, couldn't do a lighting initiative, we couldn't do like fortunately we did the massage parlor ordinance, but we were unable to do so many things because we didn't have the staff. So having the director position as the staff level position, that would allow us to do some of those things. We could give our planning commission teeth, we could have them be more active, we could have them create ordinances without just having city council purely create ordinances. We would have a process that involves our community, that helps us get to the places we want to be, helps us plan for the things that we want to do. In addition to that, we're doing a downtown village specific plan update. So our planning staff is going to be under quite a lot of burden. So more hands just lighten that load. Currently, we hear from businesses all the time, our permitting processing takes a long time. We hear that people trying to open businesses, people trying to build homes, people trying to do their ADUs. A lot of it comes down to we're doing a job, but we are short-staffed. And so it would be good to get somebody in that department to help us get through that. And it would solve, I think, a number of our community's desires for ordinances and to open businesses and build housing.
Thank you. I would like to second support for adding more staff to the planning and development department. I personally have experience when doing a tentative parcel map, and that's splitting my home, my primary home lot. I have a large lot. It took 2 years to process that permit, and I do hear other folks in the community wanting to build or add additions, or even business owners that want to bring their business to the city of Lemon Grove, but they don't because they know that we're notorious for taking way too long to process. And it just doesn't make financial sense for a business owner to come and pay rent on a lease for a business that they don't get to run for another year or two. So I would like to add support to that as well, and perhaps leading on hiring a director. And I would also like to support hiring the community service officer. I would like to see the streets of Lemon Grove cleaned up. Yards, people dumping their furniture everywhere, vehicles. We have an RV ordinance that we cannot enforce because we don't have anyone to go out there. There's people living in their cars dumping their sewage onto the street, and we are not able to enforce that, and that is not okay. Kids are walking on the sidewalk when there's debris, there's trash, there's cigarette butts, there's just so much filth that it makes people not want to walk our streets. And it's not safe either. Cars sticking out on the driveway into the street. A lot needs to happen, and we need to hire the right staff to take care of those things that at this moment we are unable to because we're so short-staffed. And third, I would also like to add support for coming up with some sort of grant. I talked to the city manager about creating a program where the community that is doing so much work out there that the city should be doing, but the community is doing, providing grants to them, helping them out, helping us out. I think that's a wonderful idea, and yeah, I appreciate all the work that our staff does, and I can't thank you guys enough. And also our community, you guys do an amazing job. Thank you.
I just want to say, it's not that I'm opposed to the community development director, I just don't have enough information to vote on that today. I would just like for Councilmember Mendoza said like that, a little bit more information on what their goals and what their objectives would be. I again would like to reiterate, I don't know that we need higher management. I think we need somebody to help the management. And again, I just want to say thank you to the rec community people. It's the status.
All right, I'll look to our city staff, see if they have enough information, if they need more clarification on items.
Yes, please. So we had a conversation about the community development director, and it sounds like there is folks in favor of it. However, perhaps waiting to fill that position and have that conversation about various positions, which I think would be helpful at this point, since our current budget would only support about $150,000 in additional expenditures, which would not achieve those two positions that were mentioned, the community development director and possibly a code enforcement officer. So, just to clarify, we'll leave that money for the director to roll in. We'll have that conversation after the study is complete, and then we can talk about which positions we can fill at that time. And then hopefully we'll have a better read on the budget at that time, and if we've got additional money to achieve that. And then I did hear discussion about potentially a $50,000 pot of funding for potentially local nonprofits. Of course, we would have to create some program guidelines in terms of the amount and how we would disperse those grants, so to speak, in the community. So I just wanted to confirm that we have majority support for that. Okay? Thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We'll now move on to our next item. It is item number 4. Item number 4 is the recommendations for the Measure T spending plan for fiscal year 2026-2027. I'll call on the interim finance director, Darlene Morrow Truber, to present the report. I also want to honor, if you are on the Measure T sales tax committee, can you please stand up? All right, give them a big hand. These are members of our oversight committee who make sure that your tax dollars, we're accountable for your tax dollars.
Okay, thank you. We will just start with just a quick recap of what Measure T, little history. November 5th, there were 2024 ballot, the Measure T, the Lemon Grove sales tax measure was approved with over 71% of the voters. It added a 1% or 1 cent sales tax for the next 10 years. So we're completing the first year. It was estimated to bring in about $5.9 million annually, and an ordinance was added, ordinance number 499 was added to chapter 3.18. The ordinance had a Measure T oversight committee, which you just met 2 of them, was formed on February 25th, 2025. The intent of Measure T was to fund things like repairs and other essential city services, things such as streets, sidewalks, storm drains, traffic signals, parks, playgrounds, sports fields, public facilities, and public safety services. The role of the committee is to be an advisory committee to City Council, provides input and recommendations on the spending of the Measure T tax revenue. And on April 8th, 2026, a meeting was held and a spending plan for 2026-27 was finalized. The chair of the committee is here to present that spending plan. So Ms. Karina Corvallis, our committee chair.
Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak on the input of our committee to budget distribution decision-making process. We have had our meeting on April 8th and we went through lengthy and very informative presentations from the staff, and we have made some decisions. As usual, we are very eager to make the city safer and fix infrastructure. So I'll just go ahead and go down the list of things that were presented to us and the things that we proposing you fund with some costs. So item number one is to replace our aging fire engine. We have one that's pretty much at the end of its life, so we know how important it is, and we were presented with different options to fund it, including paying it up front or leasing options, making payments, and we were told that it takes 4 years for the engine to get delivered to us. So we decided, let's just go ahead and do the payment option in 4 years, break down the cost with this interest, and then go ahead and order it because it's going to take 4 years and we need it soon. Since then, there's some new information that came out since our meeting of committee. Apparently, the fire engine companies are getting sued by the state, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. If not, I have printed some information, just a simple Google search with all the details. So we haven't had a chance to meet again with the committee since that happened, but I hope that there would be some further investigation and research on that, and I don't know if it's risky to invest this much money in a company that are getting sued, and we don't know what the outcome of that is going to be. Basically, these companies consolidate the market, reduce supply, delayed deliveries, and sharply raise prices for fire trucks and parts nationwide. And so they eliminated competition and raised prices. So we don't know how it's going to end up. So we really want to fund the truck. We need the truck. But is it worth to wait a little bit and see what happens? Maybe we'll get the truck sooner, and maybe we can get it cheaper. I don't know, but that's something I think we should look into it. But we are for funding the truck. Number two item is COPS program that was already mentioned today. We're very big on safety. We want our citizens to be safe, community to be safe. Something to mention again, the COPS program, when it was presented to us last year by a former city manager, Lydia Romero, she told us that if we approve the first year budget to fund this program, she promised us that the following years will be funded by the general fund. So that was promised to us, and we said, sounds great. So we approved the first year, but second year, somehow it's again being proposed that it's taken out of Measure T. So again, we are for safety. It sounds like it's a great program, but is there room in a general fund to fund it? Or why is it continuing getting taken out of Measure C committee? Item number 3 and item number 4 are about improving our business district. So revolving fund loan program, $20,000. It was proposed to give small interest loans to small businesses with low interest, but the interest, when it comes back, it stays in the budget and helps fund other businesses that need loans that normally wouldn't qualify maybe for loans to help our community. And then economic development consulting will bring in consultants that will help reach out to business owners, to I guess large businesses to fill our empty buildings and just fill in the gaps. So we thought that's worth trying and see if this works. Number 5 is a summer camp for homeless kids, which we approved last year, and we're just going to see how this program works this summer, but we need to make plans for next year. So we're hoping it's a great program, and we're helping the youth that possibly won't be able to do it other ways. So that's that. Bulk item waste collection events. It looks like it was a great success, and we're hoping that that's going to reduce our trash and dumping on the streets. So we think that's a great investment. We also for building maintenance and repairs, we know some infrastructure is aging, so we decided to recommend you to allocate $100,000 towards that. Recreation center restrooms. There's been a lot of talk about recreation centers, so yes, the restrooms is important, especially if we're going to have more activities in there. So then number 9 is what was proposed to us is a Berry Street Park lighting improvements. So we actually decided to recommend you to spend a little bit more money on it, because if we are going to just light up the park, why not spend a little bit more money and make it nice so we light up the beautiful park? And let me explain how we moved money around a little bit. We, instead of giving $300,000 to Berry Street Park improvement, we decided to add $250 from sidewalks, and I'll explain why. After a conversation with Izzy Munguia, we have asked about how building sidewalks process works, and I guess it's not that easy to get sidewalks built, because the homeowners are not always giving up a part of their property to build sidewalks. So for us to allocate $500,000 towards sidewalks, it doesn't mean that we're going to have an opportunity to build sidewalks everywhere we want. So we decided that let's keep working on finding streets where we can build sidewalks. But in the meanwhile, why don't we take out $250,000 and invest it somewhere where we can actually start doing some work for the city. Next item, Madera Street traffic calming. We already invested money in Madera. Madera does need major revamp, so it's worth continuing work on that street. And number 12, street pavement. Doesn't really need any explanation, I think. Our streets are in need of work in many, many, many places. So let's keep investing money in that. Traffic signal improvements. We were requested to spend $100,000. You know, there's some traffic lights that are not working well and aging, so we think it's important for safety of our community as well. Storm drains, number 14 and number 15. Of course, we have very old storm drains. We have storm drains that are collapsing. And it was a big part of Measure T ballot, so we find it very important. Dump trucks. This is for our city workers. Of course, we want them to do all this project, so they need equipment to be able to perform. Utility truck. The only reason we didn't approve it, didn't recommend to approve it, is because it was on a lower priority list for the city, so we thought maybe it can wait till next year to give us a little cushion for something else that might come up. Single cab truck, also, and then backhoe, and all compliances. So we approved all these things, we stayed within the budget. We think those are all worthy projects. And so, do you want to talk about this now, or, yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's give her a big hand.
So after having that meeting with the committee, the funding request by staff was 4.779. We were all very, very conservative and didn't want to overspend our revenue, so the Measure T committee came up with the 4.719, which is just a little bit under what city staff did. We did get updated for 26-27, the revenue projection from HDL is 5.9 million. And in 2026, we had a meeting with HDL, and the revenues were coming in stronger than they had the time before. So we are now projecting that there will be like a $450,000 projected fund balance going into 27, and with the higher projection, or in feeling comfortable with the projection, of the 1.6 million projected carryover by the end of 27. So staff, after having met with the committee, came up with about $1.2 million worth of projects, which many were already, the committee already had looked at, to make sure you go ahead and spend your money that you're bringing in. So we put together a proposal of a variety of projects that we could potentially go forward with. I could do those first. So the way, what the staff did, and then Rita can give her perspective, was to put the utility truck back in. It's the same 60,000 that was taken out. Add some sidewalks, add the 250 back on sidewalks. The deferred maintenance also had been cut down. We had requested 200, so we brought it back down to 100. And that would bring it back up to the 200 we originally projected. And there's quite a few maintenance projects that need to get done. Fire inspection vehicle we put back in, and the thought of, and these are all additions, so everything that the committee said is still there. These would be added to that. The fire truck vehicle replacement, because we're projecting a big surplus. If you buy a fire truck up front, the costs are a lot cheaper, about 11% less. And so this, if you added the 783 and the 375 that's already in there, we think we could fund a fire truck up front and save the city money overall. So those were what the staff came up with, and we did provide that back to you anyway, but we haven't had time to have another committee.
Okay. So, okay, so first of all, yes, perfect, thank you. First of all, I must mention this new information just came to me on Thursday. So whatever I will say right now, I didn't have a chance to meet with the committee. We didn't have time to do that. So whatever I will say right now is my personal opinion. I would really love to meet with the committee again to discuss this if we have a chance. But utility truck, 60,000, since we have so much more funds, why not? Sidewalks, again, I just talked about it. All for sidewalks if we have places to put sidewalks. So that's something we would love to discuss again. City facilities, we already gave city facilities maintenance project $100,000. So maybe we'll see what they do with first $100,000, and then maybe later we'll find another $100,000, maybe next year. And yeah, okay. And now we're going back to the fire truck conversation. So again, so of course we will save money paying it up front, but we're giving money to a company that's getting sued by the state. So are we risking this money? I don't know how this works. So can we get more information about and we still have to wait 4 years for the truck to get delivered. So we'll give $1.2 million to $1.1 million to a company that's getting sued, and we have to wait 4 years for the truck. Where are we going to get the truck? So I just think we need to do a little bit more research on that. Maybe pull some people we know. Yes. So that's all the comments on the additional funds. There's many projects that we can fund. So I would love to have a chance to meet with the committee again.
Thanks, Karina. I did want to have Chief Coe address the question as it pertains to fire truck. And there is a lawsuit underway with a number of different fire truck manufacturers that they're associated, accused of collusion, including with one another to set prices in the marketplace. And so I did want to have him come up to the podium real quick and maybe tell us a little bit about what he knows about that ongoing case and if it has the potential to affect our purchase of the fire truck.
Good evening, Mayor Snell, respected members of the council, city staff. Just wanted to give you a quick update regarding the lawsuits that are going on. There are dozens of lawsuits against 4 manufacturers who hold 80% of the fire truck manufacturing industry in the country. There isn't really any other viable manufacturers out there who can build these fire engines. The lawsuits are antitrust lawsuits, and based on the research that I've done, and based on what different trade organizations and industry research recommends, it sounds like the lawsuits are most likely going to take at least up 4 years or more to go through the process. Meanwhile, there isn't really enough other viable options the four manufacturers we're getting sued are Boise Mobile Equipment, Oshkosh Corporation that owns Pierce, Rev Group, which is a venture capitalist group that purchased up about half a dozen smaller manufacturers, and Rosenbauer American. And those four manufacturers control 80% of manufacturing of fire apparatus in the United States.
Thank you, Chief. So I really don't think that there's an alternative manufacturer that we could contract that's not currently involved in those lawsuits. However, I don't think that it will impact the ability for us to receive a fire engine that is well built. And the other thing to note is that our fire department standardizes on a particular type of fire engine so that they have interchangeable parts when they need them. So regardless of the fire station they're in, it's the same manufacturer. So we would be purchasing from the manufacturer that we have historically contracted with. I did want to go back to the Measure T committee and the wonderful work that all of our committee members did. We really appreciate their service on the committee. They spend lots of time reviewing these proposals and making their recommendations to the city council. One of the things that we'd like to suggest moving forward, because Measure T is a relatively new funding source for the city, and so we are still trying to get it dialed in as tightly as we can. But moving forward, we would like to go back to the committee at mid-year, much like we do with the general fund, and have a conversation with the committee members about where our expenditures stand, and if we have changes in revenue, that we can then talk with them about those, and then make potentially additional appropriations at a time, or dial back expenditures depending upon what's required and what's going on in the economy. So we'd like to start doing that moving forward with the committee so that we can possibly close that gap and not have a gap between when the committee meets and then the recommendation coming to city council.
That concludes the presentation. Again, thank you, Measure T. Thank you in particular, their chair, Ms. Karina Corvallis. And we're so thankful for the hard work that they put into it, and I really appreciate the considerations that we've been given today. We do have a couple of speaker slips on this item. The first speaker is Manola Clark Manson.
I've used up all my time in speaking public comment today. So I want to talk again about Measure T and the COPS program, reiterating about what was promised and why we would have the COPS program and why we paid for it out of Measure T. That it was supposed to be a practice, a sample, a evaluation of whether we were going to continue doing this. And we didn't have the evaluation come through. And we didn't have the promise kept either of it going to the general fund. And if we couldn't find it in a general fund, the assumption was that we wouldn't do it because we didn't have the funds to do it. So let me go back to what is written in the report. It says this is what was supposed to be used for the Measure T fund. Fixing potholes, maintaining streets, repairing aging storm drains, streets, sidewalks, curbs, public facilities, keeping local parks, sports fields, playgrounds, community facilities safe, clean, and well-maintained, keeping trash and pollution out of the city's local creeks and byways, improving roads, intersections, bike lanes, signals to improve safety, reduce congestion, providing fire protection and paramedic services and quick response to 911 emergencies. Now, I remember, because I was on the committee to promote Measure T, There were some other things, but what is in this report is what I just read. Cops doesn't fit into that. Just want you to think about that. You said this is it doesn't fit.
Our next speaker is Max.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to talk to you a couple things. One is, I'm glad to see that Berry Park is listed in here. That's been a concern for the workers, for the safety of them and the residents that use that park. I know we're also concerned about Lemon Grove Park. And I know hopefully that will be something that we look at next time. We want to thank you for the vehicles. Just to give people an idea, these vehicles that we're talking about in Public Works were purchased either from 2002 to around 2014. So they're at least 12 or more, 20, sometimes, 24 years old that these city employees are using. I want to thank you for putting back the facilities one. That truck was actually purchased in 1999. That truck is 27 years old that our folks are using. Our staff work hard. They try their best. We also brought up the changing of the park hours to tell people versus the sunset, but actually putting down what hours of closure are. I think the city should look at, it's a minimal amount of cost, but actually telling residents when they have to leave versus when sunset is, and that becomes a interchange between city workers and residents, not clear when that is. And last but not least, while it's not part of this, I want to thank the council for looking at the wages in the last conversation. It's an important thing. We made sure that when we negotiated our MOU that the city had not passed Measure T, there was financial issues, that we did not actually bargain about wages. We accepted what was proposed, and we were thankful for moving forward, but we think there's an opportunity to have the conversation. We think we should get respect to at least have a side letter conversation about it. Thank you.
At this time, I wanted to invite up Lieutenant Fox and Sergeant Price to talk a little bit about our COPS program. They have a short presentation to provide a little bit more information to the City Council about how the COPS program operates and what types of activities they've been up to recently in our community. Sergeant Price.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is, I was asked to present a snapshot and an update on what the COPS unit has been doing. The first slide, please. So here's just a breakdown of the numbers and the stats. They're in the handout if you want to look at them. If you have any questions on what these are, but they're pretty self-explanatory. The unit itself has been fully operational for about 7 months. So these stats are from October to April. We obviously haven't finished May off yet, but they're averaging 10 arrests a month. You can see the breakdown of felony, misdemeanor, the citations, field interviews, and then special details. Next slide. So statistically, the arrests and the issues that we have in Lemon Grove, a massive percent of them have to do with drugs. Drug related. So what a COPS unit does is they go out, they develop intelligence, and this, so you're going to see a couple slides here. These are just spotlight cases, but there's several like this. I mean, maybe not this big, this is obviously spotlight, but in this particular case, they developed intel on a drug dealer. They conducted surveillance that led to a traffic stop, and they ended up seizing 49 kilos of heroin. 2 felony arrests. They're also very involved in retail theft operations because that's another big issue within the city. This right here is just a snapshot from Home Depot. So they'll do different types of operations. They'll do undercover, where they're actually in plain clothes. They'll have units in the parking lot doing surveillance, or they'll just do directed patrol, where they're out in uniform in a black and white, just being visible as a deterrent. But they hit and do operations with the major retailers, or the more problematic ones, with the higher theft numbers. And Home Depot is by far the highest, so they hit it very often. But the other ones in the city are like Harbor Freight, Albertsons, and Food for Less. And then proactive patrols, and I wanted to spotlight this one specifically. So I don't know if you've heard about it, but I can't sing enough good praises about my deputies. So I don't know how well you can see, and I know that the handout is black and white, so it's hard to see. But this first slide here on the left, Deputy Alvarez was doing a proactive patrol, just out in uniform, by one of the local schools when he observed a male subject bleeding profusely. He contacted the subject. You can see he's applying a tourniquet. So these are snapshots from his body cam footage. So he applies a tourniquet. We later consulted with the doctor that treated him, and he confirmed that Deputy Alvarez's actions saved this gentleman's life. So that's the start of it. Second slide here. So first part, he observed the victim, applied the tourniquet, saved his life. Then he continued on, identified who the suspect was, located the suspect, which ended up in a high-speed pursuit that went all over, and we ultimately took them down on the freeway. So you can see these are all Deputy Alvarez right here. You can see him involved in the hot stop. In the far right, he is actually handcuffing the suspect. So he saved a life, went through, identified, pursued, and arrested the suspect. So I can't say enough good things about this unit. Within the Sheriff's Department as a whole, Deputy Alvarez received Deputy of the Year because of this incident, which is well deserved. So this is just something that can happen based on a proactive patrol and these deputies' observations being out in the community. Next slide. And then homeless response. We all know that homelessness in the city is a problem. We have been working with the city a lot, and the COPS team, they'll assist the city in cleanups and proactive enforcement. I don't know the actual numbers, but I heard them recently, and the homeless population in the city has dramatically dropped. About the same time, this unit, I'm not saying this directly because this unit dropped 56, and I'm sure all these other things go into it, but they are actively reaching out in the communities, making a difference. Community impact. So, as I said before, with the organized retail theft operations, they liaison with Home Depot, Harbor Freight, the retailers, and let them know what we can provide with these undercover operations, and our involvement, how we can help reduce thefts. And they also liaison with allied agencies when it comes to like narcotic stuff. So NTF, the Narcotics Task Force, there's a lot of task force that they do operations with. Those units will help us out, we'll help them out, we'll share intelligence. If we have a suspect that we know or we believe is selling drugs, say in the Breezeway, which is an example because we have somebody identified. I don't want to say too much, but so they're pursuing an active lead. They can provide that intel to their partners in which they can help identify them if they're already a frequent flyer or somebody they're familiar with. So just the commingling of agencies and sharing information is definitely a benefit of this team because it is a completely proactive team. They're not responding to radio calls. Well, they are when they're high priority and they're out in the field. They'll help out, but their purpose is to be proactive and deal with quality of life issues. And they have tons of resources in the community with our allied agency partners to do these things. And then they also are involved in programs like the Rise Up Oak program, and they presented in the Citizens Academy. And they're here tonight in the back room. I asked them to come just so you can see who they are. So Deputy Alvarez is on the right. Newly Detective Almost is in the middle. So she was with the unit in its inception. I helped get the unit off the ground, and she has since promoted on to a detective at Rancho San Diego. And Deputy Campillo is our newest, so he's taking Detective Almost's spot. So you'll see them around. These are your cops deputies. They'll be happy to answer whatever questions you have. And final slide. So some things I want you to consider is you see the numbers, you see all the work, but there is a lot of stuff that you don't see or don't necessarily consider. Like every single arrest, everything they do requires a report, which requires them to go back to an office, write this report, or do their homework, write warrants, do surveillance. There's a lot of administrative, less glamorous than out there running and gunning, catching bad guys. So that needs to be considered and appreciated that that is a part of the job. And then they also, in their role, they hold a caseload. So when our patrol deputies come across in their patrols or radio calls, they arrest somebody that is arrested for a drug offense. That case will actually go to the cops unit. They monitor all the drug cases, paraphernalia cases, felony warrant. They monitor these cases, and as of the time that I made this presentation, which was like a week ago, between the two of them, 320 cases, they're also monitoring and following up on if the leads are viable. So that is your cops unit and what they are doing in the community. That is all I have on it. I know Lieutenant Fox has more of a breakdown of the numbers if you're interested on it, because obviously this is a budget meeting, so he can provide those numbers.
I think because it is the budget meeting, Lieutenant Fox, would you like to present the budget for us on how that breaks down for the costs related to this program?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council.
We'll try and get a microphone to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and City staff. I'd like to come to the board. So the cost of the deputy sheriff countywide is the same, no matter what city you go to. Cops deputy is the same cost as a patrol deputy. Total cost of the deputy sheriff is broken down into salary and benefits, allocation of staff, allocation of supplies, allocation of space, allocation of liability, overhead of the deputy, and ongoing vehicle costs. Grand total per deputy cost is $390,350.72. For two cops deputies, that comes out to $780,701.43. So what each area is, so for allocation of staff, that covers salaries and benefits for personnel such as admin secretaries, office assistants, office support specialists, senior office assistant, departmental aide, property and evidence specialist, and crime and intelligence analyst. When we're talking about allocation of supplies, that goes into software licenses, workstation technology used in the station and patrol vehicles, printer and copier usage, report forms, and general office supplies, and also station-wide consumable and operational items. We're talking about allocation of allocation of space. That goes into lease payments when it's a facility that's leased, building maintenance and repairs, utility, power, water, and waste services, janitorial services and common area maintenance, security systems, and access control. When we're speaking about allocation of liability, that goes into legal defense, claims handling, settlements and risk payouts, risk management programs, insurance-like coverage without actually having to purchase independent insurance. And then allocation of overhead. This allocation includes salary and benefits for staff in areas such as fiscal and budgeting, contracts and procurement, personnel HR, payroll, data services, wireless services, administrative support functions. And then for our vehicle ongoing costs, that goes into the fuel consumption, oil changes, routine preventative maintenance, brake, tire, and suspension replacement, electrical system diagnostics, repair and replacement of emergency equipment, vehicle downtime mitigation, or temporary replacement. So for an example, typical SUV fuel cost is around $5,000 to $10,000 annually on its own, depending on the mileage and assignment that they're in. And then additionally, whenever you purchase, whenever you pay for a deputy sheriff, you get additional specialized units available to you at no cost, such as our SCV/SWAT team, Astrea, which is our aerial support helicopter, bomb arson unit, search and rescue unit, our crime lab, our homicide unit, our domestic violence and elder abuse unit, our child abuse and sexual assault unit, financial crimes unit, and then you get additional resources such as our motor shredder. In March, we had all of the county traffic motor units come into the city of Winter Grove and address our traffic issues. So as an additional example, on the attempted murder case that Deputy Almaraz handled on March 11th, we had a total of 45 sheriff's deputies, detectives, and support staff that were actively assisted in this investigation to help suspect investigation.
Appreciate it. Can you give us the breakdown of how much a sheriff's deputy makes?
Yes. So for 2 deputy sheriffs, salary and benefits are $244,832.52.
How much is just salary?
It's broken down into both salary and benefits.
Do we have someone here who might be getting paid that might know the answer to just salary?
No, I got that information from our current contracts. So they combine both salary and benefits.
But is there a sheriff deputy here who knows how much they get paid?
Per hour.
Years or annual salary?
Yes, they all know. For concept deputy,
Salary.
No, it's on our website. If you go to the hiring, it breaks down so there's several stages that you climb with experience, and then there's an education incentive which gives you a certain percent. So there's payment premiums for certain things, but it'll have the base step for a starting deputy all the way through a top step deputy, and that's with no specializations or anything, which the cops units don't have a premium, they're just a deputy sheriff, and depending on their years of service on is where they fall in the step at which how much they'll make. And that I can't say for certain, but that I know it's on the website under like SD sheriff or joint SD sheriff. They're all those numbers are on the website.
But so, on the sheriff's website, as of June 2025, top step deputy for the annual pay is $140,423.40.
That's with benefits, that's all.
We've already
So we've already done public comment on this item, but I really want to thank Lieutenant Fox, Sergeant Price, and our cops team. This was really informative, and I think to one of the previous commenters' points, it is nice to finally have a really robust report on what the cops program is doing, because it's a significant investment. So now I'll turn to council, and we will do comments and questions on the Measure T. I will start with Mayor Pro Tem Purdy.
Okay, so my big concern with the Measure T is that the items that were brought to the chair this last week I think we should take the items back and have Measure T reevaluate, because I don't feel comfortable with the fact that they didn't get this information and propose it to us, because that's the whole point of the committee. So my direction to staff would be to send Measure T, committee back and have them reevaluate their requests. And then also, with that being said, with the COPS program not really technically being allowed on Measure T, I think that also needs consideration. When it comes to the vehicles, I've been advocating, quite a few months, to electrify our fleet, similar to Helix Water just did this, with 90% grant funding, with many agencies contributing in partnership. I don't really want to finance any vehicles. I also don't want to finance a fire truck if I'm still paying for a fire truck we just got 2 years ago, I think it was. That should be paid off before we invest into another one. I'd like to look at, I know the first responders are not required to electrify. I'd like to look at used vehicles. Me and Mendoza were just saying we never buy a new car. That's a waste of money. So those are my feedbacks for now.
We'll just pass it down that way.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, I wanted to read, the ballot measure that people actually voted on. So this is what was on the ballot, and this is what people voted for. To provide funding for city services in Lemon Grove, such as keeping local streets, sidewalks, storm drains, parks, community facilities safe, clean, and well-maintained, fixing potholes, providing fire protection, paramedics, police, and 911 emergency response, traffic management, addressing homelessness, and removing graffiti trash. Shall City of Lemon Grove's ordinance establishing a 1-cent sales tax be adopted, providing $5.9 million annually for 10 years with citizen oversight, independent audits, and all money locally controlled. So that sounds to me like the COPS program is included in that. Now, I too remember that I don't remember that promise, but I don't remember everything. But I do recall that this was talked about as a one-time thing. And I was kind of surprised to see it come back. But I thought, great, they're doing a great job. This is benefiting our community. And so I was pleased to see it come back. As far as our general fund paying for this, I don't think that that's going to be likely for the foreseeable future. But if my council members agree that we continue it for another year, I think we just take it on a year by year basis. But the Measure T committee, my understanding was they agreed to include this, and if that's not the case, I'd like to know. And as far as the cost, I worked for many years for a law firm, and I looked at, I was maybe paid, this was a long time ago, but I was maybe paid $40, $50 an hour, and the law firm was charging me $200 an hour for my time. So I totally understand, like, a billing rate for something is not necessarily what someone, gets paid, per hour, and even benefits. There's a lot that's built into that. So I want to thank the committee for all your hard work. I do agree, and I think our city manager suggested that also, that we you know, we do kind of a mid-year, look, see how much we've taken back in, before we commit to the additional, 1.22 million. But otherwise, I just want to thank you all for working on this, for your suggestions, for meeting with the city. You know, we as council members don't really have a lot of input on this. We rely on the Measure T committee to tell us where they want this money spent. And the Measure T committee relies on city council or the city to let them know where the needs are within the city. So you know, we really haven't been that involved in the process, except for letting the city staff know what our priorities are, and public safety is definitely one of them.
Thank you again to Measure T Committee for all their hard work. I do agree that we should wait on the additional recommendations for the $1.2 million. Measure T, the whole point of having the committee, the advisory committee, was that they all voted on it and made recommendations to us, so I would like to wait on that. I was part of the Measure S committee, which was the first sales tax measure citizens initiative that happened in 2019, 2020. That one failed because it was poorly written, simple as that. But part of that included things, included a 3/4% increase for sales tax that the revenues would go to the general fund, which would fund public safety, which is included for police, firefighters, and community services. And I'm glad to see that we are doing that here with Measure T, but I would also like to see more going towards recreation. We need to get our senior center and our recreation center going. The buildings are there, the space is there, so I would like to see that thriving, and the community is asking for it. In regards to the COP program, I do see there was some drug seizures here. DEA and FBI, that's their job. They're funded by taxpayers, so essentially the taxpayer here in Lemon Grove is paying twice for those services through Measure T and through our federal tax dollars that we pay to DEA and FBI. Unfortunately, drugs are out there, and it's so important to keep them off the street because they kill our kids and our family members. So thank you to the COP staff for working on that operation. In regards to the retail theft operations, in my opinion, it should be the responsibility of retailers to enforce theft and to have securities. We do know that if that theft is high, then the end user, which is the consumer, ends up paying a higher price at the end of the day. My opinion on the COPS is that we continue to fund it and that we vote on it on a year-to-year basis. I would like to see more patrol, more on the streets. I understand there's a lot of admin work that needs to be done, but I would like to see more visibility of the COPS. Our community sometimes will get suspicious because they wonder, where are they? What are they doing? We don't know what's going on. So maybe more reports on what they're doing. Anything that will not compromise any operation is welcome, not just by city council, by the community as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
All right. First, I want to start off by reiterating, I was on one of these citizens committees. I was on planning commission for 8 years, and I am not someone that is going to step on our committee's toes. We appoint them for a reason, especially for the case of Measure T. I'll echo what Councilmember Morano said. I was a part of trying to get the first attempt at tax measure as well. And one of the responses I consistently got back was, no, you don't have an oversight committee, we're not going to give you any money. So now that we have an oversight committee, we really need to respect what they have asked us to do with the money that we've raised. That is what the people who voted on that measure with of us, and so I'm going to continue doing that. I would support this going back to, this portion, the 1.2 million going back to the committee so that they can have a chance to discuss what they would like to do with that and report it back to us. I think the process of doing that, with some of the discussion we've had here, with things we'd like to have in the general fund, but we can't quite fit in there. I think there are a few more requests that staff would have in there for when they discussed it. So there might be funds that the Measure T committee decides it wasn't in our general fund tonight, but they would like to allocate funds towards one of those items. And as for the COPS program, I do agree that as general practice, you don't fund personnel out of a temporary funding source. That said, we're in year 1 out of 10. So we do have some time to figure that out. I would support funding it from the Measure T this time around. I would like in the future to get that into the general fund because we don't want to have a sunset of this and then not be able to fix that. That's really where the best practice comes from. We don't want to lay people off because our funding source suddenly vanished. And that's all my comments.
Thank you. I also looking at this 1.2 million additional recommendation, and I think that originally when we had the last year of sales tax, they had estimated it 5.9 million, and it came in close less than those estimates. And I would encourage a very conservative approach to this, and so we're right now at about 4,719,000. I think we could safely approve the Public Works proposed sidewalks and the Public Works city facilities deferred maintenance projects. Some of those deferred maintenance projects are really important. Number one, for firefighter safety. Among those deferred projects, there's the fire station's AMR apartments really need some improvements. There is carpeting at the fire station that's a health hazard. It holds the contaminants, and not what our fire staff should be breathing. And there's a couple of other things that desperately need improvement. I think if we approve the 250,000 and 100,000 for those two items, we're still within that 5.2 million range, which I feel fairly confident that we can achieve. And some of these other issues we can put a pin in. I do agree that I would like to have Measure T committee's input on this as well. And so I'm willing to put a pin in all of it just to see what Measure T thinks about that in particular. And then another thing is, I appreciate the point that Mr. Cabales brought up that there is antitrust litigation pending. I would also encourage our city attorney to look at our ability to join the lawsuit. So if we do purchase a vehicle and we suffer damages, then we might be able to recoup our damages if we decide to purchase the vehicle at this time. And then finally on the COPS program, this is, I still see it as a pilot program. I'm really grateful for this report today. This program really only launched in October, and so it hasn't been a full year in operation. So I'm really, I think it takes about 2 years to really see what a program can do. So I am ready to approve that allocation as part of the Measure T at this time. I'll look to my colleagues and see if they have any further comments. Okay, I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Burdian.
I am willing to fund the Measure T projects that Measure T approved. I'm not comfortable approving the 1.2 at all. It just wasn't brought to the Measure T committee.
I feel the same way. I feel that it is important that we respect that committee and that we stick to what was promised, that they would vote and provide recommendations to us. And so I would like to second Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Heredia's comments on the subject.
And I'll just reiterate, not going to step on your guys' toes. gave you a job to do, I'd like to see you guys do it.
I'm gonna say that we can always amend the budget after they meet.
All right, I look to staff at this point. We've considered the recommendations from the Measure T Committee for the spending plan for fiscal year 2026, 2027. We've discussed the allocation of the additional funding. I think there's a large consensus that we'll go ahead and postpone that until after this has been able to be provided to Measure T, and then we get Measure T Committee's input on that. And then we will also direct Measure T Committee to not only, I would like to have them meet before the next budget hearing, if that's possible. And then again, have the Measure T Committee meet at mid-year to review the budget and make any additional funding recommendations.
Thank you. I think we got that, and we'll go back to the committee and seek their approval for the $1.2 million project. So we appreciate the deliberation, and we'll have them before June 2nd.
Thank you so much. It is now 9:10. Let's just take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get right back to it. All right, thanks so much.
Try to keep that up in your hair because I know that this is really wonky, so it's not my chair. So maybe we get you a different chair. I don't reach otherwise. I know. It's one of these. I think they're all charged.
How you doing? Hey, good. How are you? I'm going home. Not to dictate what funds are being spent, right? So where has that not created a committee that now dictates that the council just follows? They're taking care of the revenue. They are not responsible for making decisions. But just with the calculation involved, right? Which is not what we measure people vote on. Where we can't handle. So I need to have money to give it to some third party on the side rather than to be limited to they're actually just noticing. Seems like they're
You're accurate. Just like dynamic. Yes.
So they're trying to just force the floor, it's like, oh, we want you to bless it, and then we're gonna vote on it, versus actually making a decision. And making sure.
Give the budget and
that's how it should be. That's how my own law is.
I'm the voter.
I told Tony you can call me back. The instructions to call and tell me no. Instead of talking to me I feel like I'm running into a video.
Testing. All right, if I may, County, come back up here. We still got a lot to go through. I feel like an auctioneer up here. Let's get through this. All right, we are on item number 5. So this is to receive and file a certification of sufficiency of the petition for the proposed citizen initiative measure entitled An Initiative Measure Restricting the Sale of Birds in the City of Lemon Grove, requiring that birds be obtained exclusively from animal shelters, humane societies, or nonprofit rescue organizations, and establishing related regulations. I'll call on the city clerk, Joel Pablo, to present the report.
Good evening. Moving right along.
from finance to elections. Mayor and council members, members of the public, tonight I am presenting on item number 5, and that is to receive and file the certification of sufficiency of the petition for the proposed citizen initiative measure entitled, an initiative measure restricting the sale of birds in the city of Lemon Grove, requiring that birds be obtained exclusively from animal shelters, humane societies, or nonprofit rescue organizations, and establishing related regulations. Within your packet, I have included the city attorney's valid title and summary of the Citizens Initiative, but in brief, I will summarize it here. The core restriction of this initiative would be to restrict the sale of birds within the city by extending California's existing rescue-only model to the sale of birds in the city with certain key provisions. Now, what does that mean? And I'll quote it from the city attorney's summary. Quote, "No pet store shall display, sell, deliver, offer for sale, barter, auction, give away, or otherwise transfer any bird within the city limits unless the bird was obtained from an animal shelter, animal control agency, humane society, or nonprofit rescue organization, and the pet store receives no direct or indirect compensation or financial benefit for such adoption." End quote. To summarize in plain language, the initiative adopts a rescue-only framework for birds, similar to existing state standards for dogs, cats, and rabbits. It does not regulate poultry or birds sold for agricultural or backyard purposes. Enforcement provisions make each violation a separate infraction enforceable by the city. If adopted, it becomes effective immediately upon adoption and enforceable 6 months after adoption. Now, in your staff report, I laid out the process timeline from the initial filing all the way through the publication. The procedural timeline began on December 22nd when the proponent, Vicki Lynn Snow, submitted the notice of intent, including the initiative text, statement of reasons, ballot title and summary request, acknowledgement regarding signature use, $200 filing fee. And those are all attachments within the staff report. When meeting with her, I verified that the proponent is a registered voter at the time of submission. The city attorney prepared the ballot title and summary on January 6th of this year, and I forwarded to the proponent on January 9th. The notice of intent and ballot title and summary were published in the East County, California, the same day. An affidavit was executed and is on file with the city clerk's office, satisfying all statutory filing requirements. Moving on to the next slide, the petition filing, verification, and council action. On April 15, 2026, Vicki Snow submitted the petition to me, the city clerk. On that day, I verified again that the proponent is a registered voter. The very following day, and citizens initiatives, they do very quickly, so I had to act quickly, and as such. The very next day, on April 16, I went over to the County Register of Voters office to have them verify that they do, one, have the requisite number of signatures, and two, verify each signature on those petitions. The Register of Voters office then certified the results on May 4th, 2026. On this slide here, you will see the numbers. There were 48 petition sections that were filed with the city clerk's office. In total, the proponents gathered approximately 2,600 signatures. And I don't know what happened there on that slide, but the ROV's office, they verified that there were 2,135 verified signatures. And then of the 2,600 signatures, 436 signatures were found invalid. So as you can see here, they met the requisite number to proceed on to the next step. So tonight, the city council has 3 options, but staff is recommending option number 2. So I will go through each of these options relatively quickly. Option 1 is direct adoption of the initiative ordinance. So the city council can adopt the ordinance without alteration at a regular meeting at which the certification of the petition is presented, and that's today. Option 2, submission of the initiative ordinance to the voters. Okay, so when we're submitting it to the voters, that will appear on the November 2026 general election. So we'll submit it to the voters without alteration pursuant to Elections Code 1405. The very last option here is request for an impact report, order a report pursuant to section 9212 at a regular meeting at which the certification of the petition is presented. If you so direct, that will require staff to prepare a report analyzing any potential financial impacts to the city or whatever information that you guys are seeking. So again, we are recommending that the council opt for option 2. And the cost to the city, that cost will be $25,000 to $50,000 for it to appear on the November ballot. Again, so staff recommendation is to receive and file the city clerk's certification of sufficiency based on the signature verification results provided by the Register of Voters Office, confirming that the initiative petition contains the requisite number of valid signatures to qualify for city council action. Direct the city clerk to refund the $200 initiative filing fee to the proponent. And then lastly, option 2, submit the initiative ordinance to the voters without alteration. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Do we have speaker slips on this item? We have significant speaker slips on this item. We will do 2-minute comments, but if somebody's already said what you want to say, you can say in support. We will note it and keep things moving along. Our first speaker is Olivia Pye. Next is Henry Pye. Do you know if they were in favor?
They're in favor.
Oh, they're in favor. Next we have William Richter.
Honorable members of the City Council, I am here tonight to speak in support of the citizen-led ballot initiative to ban the sale of birds in local pet stores. While the ethical reasons for the ordinance are clear, I want to emphasize the direct financial benefit to the city. Currently, the city of Lemon Grove pays approximately $25,000 a month or $300,000 a year to the city of Chula Vista for animal control services. A significant portion of the contract goes towards managing, housing, and caring for unwanted animals surrendered to the shelter. When impulsive pet store purchases don't work out, which happens frequently with complex, long-lived animals like birds, taxpayers absorb that cost. Nationwide and locally, animal shelters are consistently at or over capacity. California taxpayers spend over $250 million annually to house and euthanize animals in local shelters. It was precisely this financial burden that led to the state to ban the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits. By adding birds to this list, London Grove has a proactive opportunity to prevent further strain on contracted shelter resources, save taxpayer dollars, and align with the state's model for reducing shelter overpopulation. I ask that you support the community's voice and move this measure to the ballot, or better yet, save the cost of a ballot measure that will pass and enact the law yourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richter. Next, we have Lynn, and I can't read the rest of this, so Miss Lynn Ciani? Okay, I thought it was an I. Ciani.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm here as a citizen in support of the ban on the sale of birds. As you're, I'm sure, aware, there's extensive precedent for this with for puppies and kittens and rabbits. All the puppy mill and cat mill situation is well known. What's lesser known is about the birds. And the birds are just as voiceless as their fellow animals that are protected under the current law. And I just wanted to share a quick personal story. It was about 20 years ago when I was raising, my kids were young. We saw a cute bird in the bird store. We added him we had a dog and a cat. In any event, my now ex-husband was not fond of the bird and the things he did around the house. And so we did have to rehome the bird. And it just goes to show that so many people do not know how to care for birds, and they can make these impulsive sales, and then or purchases rather, and then they end up, as the prior speaker was speaking about, in animal shelters and being a burden on the taxpayers. I just want to then also talk about just 3 quick reasons to support this ban. It's preventing cruelty. Commercially bred birds often endure deplorable conditions similar to puppy mills, living in stacked wire cages with inadequate care, addressing the overpopulation crisis. Many birds are purchased on impulse. Because birds have highly complex needs, owners often surrender them. As a result, rescues face immense capacity issues, and I think you're going to hear from somebody on that particular matter. Promoting humane models. Am I being kicked off?
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right.
For your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
One thing I just want to mention really quick, West Hollywood already made this ban, it just went into effect. And so I encourage you to do the same and to do option 1 to save the $25,000 to $50,000.
We gotta cut you off.
For the taxpayers.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Next we have Jenna Close.
Woo!
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jenna Close, and I am the founder of Mrs. Flock Pigeon and Dove Rescue. We're a nonprofit based in Hamul that focuses on rescue, rehab, and adoption of domestic pigeons, unreleasable feral pigeons, and non-native doves. Birds are deeply emotionally intelligent. They have complex social structures, form lifelong bonds, experience trauma, depression, happiness, attraction, loneliness, and grief, just as humans do. When my pigeon Moose, for which this nonprofit is named, passed away, I witnessed bird compassion and grief in a way I will never forget. Moose was the sheriff of the flock. He was a benevolent peacekeeper respected by all. He had a mate, pigeons generally mate for life, as do other birds, and enjoyed a roost that was considered prime real estate by all the other birds. If Moose was not on his roost, it was guaranteed that someone else was trying to get it. The night Moose died, I picked up his mate from the vets. We always allow the mate to spend time with the body of a deceased partner, as this allows them to process, understand, and eventually move on. Without this, instances of prolonged depression in pigeon widows is much higher. It was after dark when I brought Nike, Moose's mate, back to the aviary, so all the other birds were in their nighttime roost spots. Since Moose was not there to defend his roost, I expected that another bird would have already taken it over. I was stunned to see his spot empty and the entire flock lined up like sentinels on either side of it. I put Nike in his spot and no one moved. For 3 days, that roost remained untouched, except for Moose's mate. On the 4th day, another bird gently and quietly, and if you know anything about pigeons, gentle and quiet is not the norm with these guys, stepped up and claimed the roost. Running a bird rescue means I witness acts like these regularly. We cannot possibly know everything about bird emotions, how bird emotions work, but we do know that they have layered and complex emotions just like us. And that is why this initiative matters. I'm here to state support for Lemon Grove Bird Initiative. I encourage the council to adopt this ordinance directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Our next speaker is Athena.
Okay, didn't even try on that one.
Athena G.
I should have written doctor. Good evening, council members, Mayor, Lemon Grove residents, all who's remaining, and fellow bird lovers. My name is Dr. Athena Giannopoulos, and I'm the owner and head veterinarian at Feathers and Fur Animal Hospital. As an avian veterinarian, proud parrot mom, and concerned member of this community, I'm here tonight in support of this proposed ban on the sale of commercially bred birds in pet stores in Lemon Grove. Social media often portrays parrots as entertaining, funny, and easy companions. Unfortunately, the commercial sale of birds can reinforce this misconception that these animals are casual or short-term pets rather than highly intelligent, long-lived animals with complex physical and emotional needs. In my work as an avian veterinarian, I regularly treat, especially because it's springtime, young birds purchased from pet stores who are already seriously ill. I see birds suffering from infectious disease, malnutrition, improper weaning, and stress-related illnesses shortly after being sold to families who were never properly educated on their care. Tragically, many of these birds die. These are living creatures who require specialized diets, veterinary care, enrichment, social interaction, and long-term commitment. Pet stores are simply not equipped to provide the level of education, support, or medical oversight necessary to prepare people for responsible bird ownership. Even small parrots like cockatiels and green-cheeked conures can live up to 20 or 30 years, while the larger parrots can live 50 years or more. I actually have a 52-year-old bird I adopted from another speaker's agency here later tonight. Because many owners are unprepared for that commitment, birds are among the most frequently rehomed companion animals, often passing through multiple homes in their lifetime. Adopting a rescue-only model for birds sold in pet stores would help more relinquished birds find stable, loving homes while also sending an important message.
Thank you so much, Dr.
I urge you to please set a compassionate example and not waste any unnecessary money by adopting this ordinance directly. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the office. Next we have Isabel Zapata.
Good evening. Hi all. My name is Isabel, and I'm the Executive Director of Free Flight, which is a nonprofit parrot sanctuary located in Del Mar, completely dedicated to the care of relinquished companion parrots and to the education of the public of the concerns we have for their welfare around the world. While I speak from over a decade of experience with this organization, I do want to make it clear that these opinions I state tonight are my own and not necessarily reflective of the organization under which I'm employed. Over the last decade, I have had the pleasure of caring for hundreds of companion parrots. And the easiest way to describe them, and the simplest, is as perpetual toddlers with scissors on their face that can fly through their entire life. They're smart, emotional, beautiful, curious, playful, and loving, and simultaneously messy, destructive, loud, possessive, and capable of using significant bodily harm with their powerful hoot beaks. I have the scars to prove it. Under the right conditions, these species can live to about the same lifespan as a human, and many do. In spite of this, many only reach a quarter of their possible lifespan in captivity due to stress, poor diet, lack of exercise, and inadequate socialization and enrichment. Unlike most mammalian companion animals, we have two challenges that affect parrots. Not only are we dealing with excessive breeding in captivity, but also excessive poaching in the wild at the same time. Most taken from the wild don't survive transit, and those born in captivity face some of the highest rates of abandonment and neglect in the nation among companion animals. When we have both of these issues happening at the same time, we have situations where there's more critically endangered parrot species in captivity sometimes than there are remaining in the wild. I've long wondered why it is that we've seen protections put into place for mammals, but haven't yet offered the same to birds. Is their welfare not equally worthy of our concern? As intelligent, sentient beings built for, but often denied a life of flock socialization, foraging, and flight, it's my personal belief that parrots deserve better.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Valerie Traina.
I'm Valerie Traina, a social justice advocate who values all human and non-human lives equally. Scientists have offered proof of what I've known intuitively, that all sentient beings crave security and a means to express their species' yearnings. These basic necessities for a happy life are ignored in retail sales outlets. The journey of imported birds is one of tremendous suffering and frequent death in harsh transport conditions. They're treated like cargo and shipped in containers in which many suffocate and die in extreme heat or cold. Backyard breeders are equally guilty of raising birds in filthy confinement. Everyone I know agrees that cruelty to any animal is criminal. It matters not if the animal has fins, furs, scales, or feathers. We have evolved far enough to realize that confining animals in tiny spaces without any way for them to engage in species-specific behaviors and activities, and without adequate attention to their diets and natural habitats, is cruel. I'm here to urge you in the strongest of terms to enact the Lemon Grove Initiative ordinance that exceeds the protections offered by the California retail ban. This ban would forbid the sale of birds from every country that traffics them, including from within the U.S. Thank you for giving equal consideration to our fellow feathered friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Kelly Flynn.
Mayor Snow, City Council. My name is Kelly Flynn. I'm the president of the Parrot Education and Adoption Center, otherwise known as Peace.org, a 501c3 nonprofit in San Diego. We are a network of volunteers at foster homes and have been working here in San Diego for 30 years. I've been involved with them since the founding in one way or another. I can tell you retail stores do not prepare buyers, and peace exists in a large part because people bought birds without understanding what they were getting into. And that's a direct result of retail sales with no screening or education. Peace's mission has been to educate companion parrot owners and those interested in ownership with their care, biology, behavioral management in hopes their parrots stay in one home as long as possible. Parrots are considered the most rehomed pet in the United States, with an average parrot having 6 to 7 homes in a lifetime. That was a report done. Let me tell you about San Diego County and our experience specifically. Since January 1st of this year, we've received 92 unique requests from owners who wish to relinquish their parrots, with many homes having more than one bird being relinquished. It's an average of 1.5 requests per day we are currently handling. Since 2018, we have received over 3,114 unique requests from homes, meaning more parrots than that, for relinquishment. Over the past 5 years, we've only found homes per year of about 30 birds. And you can see the great discrepancy there. We do have an extensive education program. We only accept medium and large-sized parrots, so we're not even talking about parakeets and cockatiels. It's hard to find good homes for parrots. We provide assistance in finding the right cage, correct food, and enrichment for the bird. We provide additional professional sources in the community for medical and behavioral care, continued education, in part of our adoption program is in-person classes, home visits, etc. You can see, we encourage you to adopt the ban during this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Debbie Elaine Adams. Okay, next we have Adeline Nelson.
Good evening, City Council. I am a local San Diego animal activist who worked alongside Strategic Action for Animals balloting here in Lemon Grove. My constituents and I do not come here today with the goal of harming local businesses in our efforts to aid animals, especially given the current economic state is especially now as important as ever to feed our small businesses when possible. With that being said, the actual sales of animals themselves is one of the smallest sectors of the pet industry, only making up about 4%. A $260 billion industry domestically, projected to grow by over 45% in the next coming years. This means there are many potential economic alternatives for current Lemon Grove shops selling birds. Pet food sales, in particular, are projected to grow the most, being a more profitable and ethically sound alternative to breeding birds, as overpopulation already strains rescues, as we just heard. As adoption continues to be an equally, as if not more popular option than buying animals, shops currently profiting from the sales of animals may be encouraged themselves to adopt rescue-only models or transition into ones in more profitable sectors like pet food. A vote for our initiative does not mean losing businesses, but allowing them the opportunity to follow more modern and profitable business models.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Amit Gulisek.
Hello, City Council. I am here to urge you guys to vote this ordinance today into law. The people of Lemon Grove have spoken. As you saw, 1 in 8 registered voters signed this initiative. This is not a fringe position, it's a mandate. The ordinance is very narrow and an extension of California law. Over 20 cities across the United States have signed something similar. They extend beyond dogs and cats. West Hollywood expanded it to all pets just last year. And all of these cities, actually the city council put it into place. Nobody had to do a ballot initiative. And in West Hollywood, there is a Petco there, which would be affected. So there's precedence across the US on this issue, basically. And let me be clear what this ordinance does not do. It does not ban bird ownership. It does not affect breeders. It does not affect private sales. It only applies limited to pet stores for profit. Pet stores can, as the last speaker said, can easily pivot to other supplies and services. The residents who signed this petition don't want to wait till November. They give you the ability to act tonight, and acting tonight costs the city nothing. You have 2 options: adopt this ordinance, 0 cost to taxpayers, send it to the November ballot with your $25,000 to $50,000 of public money spent to delay what the community has really already told you. A vote to send this to the ballot is a vote against the initiative. It tells the 2,600 Lemon Grove residents and everyone here tonight who's coming to support that their signatures weren't enough. We urge you to adopt this ordinance directly into law tonight. Thank you.
Next, we have Nora Cortes.
She left, but she was in support.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Vicki Snow.
Good evening, my name is Vicki Snow. I am the petitioner for this initiative. Almost a year ago, I stood before you and I described what I witnessed at a pet store on Main Street. Birds in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions, sick and suffering with no relief in sight. That experience made one thing very clear to me. This isn't just a problem with one store. It's a problem with a system that has no floor,
no minimum standard, nothing forcing anyone to do better. And the only way to change that is through law. So we went to work. And over 2,600 Lemon Grove residents signed our petition because they believe their city should stand for something better. Tonight, you have the power to make that real. These birds cannot speak, they cannot vote, they cannot stand at this podium. You are their only voice. Please use it tonight and vote yes to adopt this ordinance and save our city $25 to $30 or $50,000. We can put that towards something else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes the public comment portion of this item. I just wanted to thank everybody who organized on this, everybody who brought this issue to the city. We have limited staff, and I had met with Amit and some of the other proponents when they had first come to us with this issue, and I just didn't know how our city was going to be able to tackle drafting the ordinance and putting the ordinance together. And this is you're well organized, and your feathered friends, you've done a great service to them. And so I just want to appreciate what you've done there. As a pet lover, I've got my Milo, and it's a lot of responsibility. And you've highlighted the fact that there's a lot of education, and it's part of Milo's part of our family, and they're a family member. And so every family member deserves respect. Every family member deserves the opportunity to live a free life. And so I'm grateful for you all bringing this forward. I personally would like to see us save $50,000, and I would support option 1. I want $50,000 anyway to support our opening the rec center. And you have already brought us a significant number of signatures. Not that many more people show up to vote during the presidential year elections. And I do agree that this is a mandate. And I'll now turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Herdia.
Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and your diligence on your beliefs and bringing it to the council tonight and in the past. I'm a firm believer that, I would like the voters to have a say in this. I don't think that the signatures alone is necessarily enough to say that this is what City of Lemon Grove wants to do. I would do that with any initiative, to be honest with you, just because I believe in the democratic process. But let's see what the rest of the council thinks. I'm supporting measure 2, or option 2.
Full disclosure, when I was in my early 20s, I owned a breeding pair of cockatiels, and their names were Pal and Tom, and they were my pals. And they lived a very long and happy life until my son knocked over their cage outside, and they flew away, and they didn't come back, and we were all tremendously sad that happened. And I currently have backyard chickens, and my chickens they come when I call them. Maybe they know I'm gonna give them food also, but yeah, I mean, birds, chickens, my experience with chickens, cockatiels, they're very, my chickens are very affectionate. They like to be held. So anyway, I was prepared to go with option 1, but I did want to ask I wanted to ask our city attorney if there are any ramifications to the city if we went with, any risk to the city if we go with option 1.
I've briefed all of you individually on this matter. Typically when a city takes an action to remove a business's ability to operate, you give the business an amortization schedule to wind down its business so it can realize the benefit of what it's invested in. So there is some risk associated with the city council adopting the ordinance outright. It's a little bit more difficult to challenge a citizen's initiative that is passed at the ballot.
And from what I understand of this initiative, the current businesses in Lemon Grove would have about 6 months to close their operations.
It would usually be several years for amortization.
Why is it closing operations?
Okay.
It's just-
Well, yeah.
We're not asking them to close their stores.
Mm.
We're just asking.
Not the time, not the time. Thank you. Close their operation of selling birds.
A portion of their operation.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So we would still give them time, even if this voters,
city council
I mean, I'm
were-
pretty sure voters are gonna pass this.
If the city council were to adopt an ordinance to ban the sale of birds and extend basically the state law from dogs, cats, and rabbits, I would suggest that you also adopt an amortization schedule along with the ordinance. That may satisfy the proponents of this measure, it may not. But I suspect there could be a conversation about that if the city council is willing to consider it. But I would, that's just my sense.
Thank you, Mayor Snow, and thank you to the proponents. I have done signature gathering for a citizens initiative, and I want to say it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and you guys did a great job at gathering those signatures. I also did own a bird. I'm not quite sure what kind of bird it was. My daughter was in the backyard one day on her hammock, and all of a sudden it just flew and landed on her shoulder, and we kept it. And just like that, she was playing with it, and it flew away. So it was wonderful having that pet for the time that we did. My question for the city manager would be, if this was put on the ballot and the voters voted to pass it, does this include an amortization schedule? Or is it effective immediately?
It does not include an amortization schedule. It is effective immediately with enforcement after 6 months of adoption.
And who would be in charge of enforcing?
The city is the enforcement agency, so it's likely that we would use our animal control services to inspect and report and enforce the measure.
Thank you. I feel that it's important for voters to vote on this. I understand how much work you guys have done, and I will stick to option 2 at the moment. Thank you.
All right, first I would like to disclose, I spoke with Amit, one of the proponents of this measure on Thursday, May 14th, and that was to clarify that if a store were to sell birds within Lemon Grove, it would be in partnership with a shelter, humane society, nonprofit, rescue, and it would be, because I asked the question, how is that solving our issue, or like, what is it doing for the issues that our residents have brought up for the stores we have? And that partnership comes with a higher standard of care, it is my understanding. So if sales were to continue, it would be with a higher standard of care in the location where they're in. So just wanted to disclose that first. So I heard that other cities have adopted this more than a year ago, somewhere in the year ago, and haven't been challenged yet. Is that also staff's understanding?
I understand West Hollywood adopted a ban, I'm calling it a ban, but it's, an extension of the using shelters and adoption procedures to house these animals, to all animals in their city. And that became effective in I believe in May of this year. And no, I don't believe it has been challenged.
Okay, but that's only been in effect for a few months then?
Yes.
Okay.
Not even a few months, so like a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
passed last September.
It feels like it's been,
Yeah,
it feels like it's been a long time.
It's been a long year and
It
a long
passed in
night.
September, but it became effective in May. Sorry, that was confusing.
It's a long year and a long night. And an amortization schedule, that would take several years if we were to do that, so we would be in a position such that if a challenge happened, we limit that risk, and that's what it's potentially
Right,
years.
yes, so there's a potential risk that a property, or not a property owner, but a business owner who relies upon the sales of these birds could bring an action against the city for an inverse condemnation taking of their goods. And so the idea of doing an amortization schedule is to reduce the risk of the city being accused of taking from them their ability to, sell these animals legally. So the amortization schedule reduces your risk.
And what might happen to an ordinance should a challenge be successful? Like, would it strike down an ordinance, or is it more just a financial penalty?
It could potentially strike down an ordinance, although it's probably more likely that they're seeking damages. That they would have to show that they're losing profits as a result of the ordinance, and then seeking damages from the city for those damages that they would suffer.
Yeah, so that all said, I'm kind of torn between options 1 and 2, because I think that going to the ballot is safer for the proponents as well, because it makes it more difficult to challenge, and if it were to be challenged and strike down the ordinance, then that kind of nullifies the work that got done. So while I like the idea of the ordinance, it might be safer in all cases to go to the ballot, so that the work doesn't go to waste, and so that there's less of a risk.
I would add that an act of the people through an adoption of a ballot measure, if it's adopted, it can only be undone by an act of the people, by a referendum, which is also a very challenging action to complete. So the challenge to the ordinance, if it's adopted by the people, you're right, is a more robust way of protecting the ordinance. Even going forward, perpetually.
Have we received any written public comment on this item?
Mayor Snow and council members, written public comment has been received for item number 5, and that has been distributed to the full council, and copies are made available at the public review table.
Was there any written public comment from the owners?
No.
Okay. We have done multiple rounds of bringing this item forward, and this item has been discussed thoroughly. Not once has one of the store owners ever come here and pled for us to be able to keep selling these birds. They pointed out that the sale of the birds is actually only 4% of the actual revenue in this industry. All the rest of it comes from bird swag, the bird food, the cages, all the amenities that go with it. And so this is a very small portion of what they do, and they'll still be able to help rehome these birds by giving ones that are currently in shelters, like the Peace woman spoke with. She's only been able to place 30 birds, and they received 90 over just in a short amount of time. And so they're still able to have birds there, but it's not the sale, it's not the mills, and these mills have been bad. Like, we know it's bad, and we should also run and go tell our state legislators, hey, take this on a state level as well. But here in Lemon Grove, like, we love our animals, and so I don't see the impact to the business, especially if it's only 4% of the revenue. Not once have the business owners come to us. This was a solid collection of signatures. They went above and beyond probably what a majority would be if it had gone onto the ballot. And we saved $50,000 when our city desperately needs a rec center and something to go on in the rec center. So I think that they've made a very solid case for option 1. The other cities that have adopted this have not been sued, and it's just an extension. They kept it very narrow. It's just merely an extension of the current state law, but also applying it to birds. And it's not that big of a leap. And so I'm still very in favor of option one. Anybody else want to speak one last time? Okay. I will move to adopt option one, which would be to adopt the initiative ordinance directly without alteration.
I'll second that, but with an amendment, that there is a 6-month amortization for the business owners, that they have 6 months.
The current version has 6 months.
I thought you said that it did not.
The current version takes effect immediately, but then enforcement begins 6 months after adoption. So technically, you begin enforcement 6 months afterwards.
Okay, then I'll second your motion.
I'd like to offer a second alternative motion and move that we
The substitute motion?
Or substitute motion, thank you, I messed that up again. And receive and file the city clerk elections official certification of sufficiency based on the signature verification results provided by the San Diego County Registrar of Voters, confirming that the initiative petition contains the requisite number of valid signatures to qualify for city council action. 2, to direct the city clerk elections official to refund the $200 initiative filing fee to the proponent. And number 3, submit the initiative ordinance to the voters without alteration pursuant to Elections Codes 1405.
I would like to second that motion.
The substitute motion is heard first. The substitute motion is heard first.
The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Heredia with a second by Councilmember Altamirano to approve staff's recommendation. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Altamirano.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
For the reasons that I stated, I think you end up with a much stronger position in your ordinance to have it be a vote. So I'm going to say aye.
Councilmember Mendoza.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Heredia.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
No.
The motion carries on a vote of 3 to 2.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now move to item number 2 of the agenda. This is the tenant protection. Item number 2 is to discuss and provide direction to city staff on tenant protection policies. I'll call on the interim city manager, Tony Winnie, and city attorney, Kristen Steinke, to present the report.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So we are here to talk to you tonight about tenant protections. So this has been an item that has been before council a number of times this year. And so this is, earlier this year, the city council had instructed us to go out and conduct public outreach to solicit feedback from the public, including landlords and tenants here in the city, and to hear their opinions in terms of if we were to adopt a tenant protections ordinance, what policies they might like to see as part of that overall ordinance. So our charge tonight, next slide please, is to evaluate the different options that are available to you and consider balancing housing stability, landlord flexibility, enforcement and development impacts on housing stock with additional protections for tenants, and then identify the different policy choices ranging from reasonable enhancements to strong tenant protections. And of course, the council is free to default to state law and not adopt an ordinance as well. Next slide. One more. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the background on how we got here this evening. So back in January, that's where this journey began, where council directed staff to present options for potential ordinance, and at that time, on February 3rd, the council adopted an urgency ordinance, and then directed staff, as I said, to come back after we've conducted 2 public workshops and met with the planning commission to get their feedback on various options. So the goal is to solicit input from the public and inform the council of what we heard. So, next slide. One more. So I'm going to go over real quick the housing profile here in the city of Lemon Grove. So approximately 76% of our housing stock is single family, so that includes attached and detached. And then another 23% is multifamily homes, and then another 0.5 mobile homes. So about 44% of all of our dwelling units are renter occupied. And then approximately another 46% of those units were built before 1960. So that's a significant amount above the average in San Diego County region as a whole, 26% higher. So that would indicate that our housing stock here is in need of rehabilitation and investment. So Lemon Grove does have a number of larger apartment complexes, Celsius, Kelvin, Broadway Grove, Golden Grove Terrace, and Sarah Grove apartments. Next slide, please. Here you see a more detailed breakdown of our housing stock. So 1 unit detached represents 24% of our single-family rentals. And then we have another 20% of 2 to 4 unit duplexes or fourplexes. And then the next largest percentage is 20 plus units, just over 1,000 units, and composing 23% of our housing stock. Next slide. So as you know, just recently this year we had a rehab of Sarah Grove Apartments that are just across the street. So about 60 units that are undergoing remodels right now. But we did check in with staff and asked about other potential projects that have taken place over time. And we don't have any permits currently filed for significant remodels of other large apartment developments here in town. And historical information shared by staff who have been here for a while, we really don't have any data to support that this is happening off. However, when it does happen, such as what's happened at Sarah Grove, it has quite a bit of impact on those residents and upending their lives and making them go out into a marketplace that maybe they haven't experienced in quite some time. And of course, experiencing increases that are significant to their rent. Next slide. So now I would like to introduce our special counsel on this project, Salahe. She's going to dive into providing an overview of state law and policy options for consideration as well. Ms. Salahe.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. So we've gone through the state law a few times now in the workshops and at the planning commission meeting. So I'm going to keep the summary of this relatively brief because it's already been a long night and there's quite a lot of decisions still to be made. So the basis and the jumping off point is the California State Tenant Protection Act, which was adopted in 2019. In general, the Tenant Protection Act does two things. It establishes rent caps and provides just cause eviction protections for most California tenants. The TPA also does permit local governments to adopt stricter or more protective tenant protections as long as they're consistent with state law, which includes the Tenant Protection Act as well as a number of other provisions in state law that I'll briefly touch on later on in this presentation. So most of the conversation has focused around the just cause provisions of the Tenant Protection Act and whether and how to enhance those protections for tenants here in Lemon Grove. So the Tenant Protection Act requires basically that tenancies can only be terminated for just cause. What does that mean? It means that a landlord has to tell you why they are terminating your tenancy. They can't just give you a notice that has no reason on it saying, I no longer want to rent to you. They actually have to provide one of the enumerated reasons that are in state law. And those reasons are broken down into two categories, which is at fault just causes and no fault just causes. That's relatively straightforward, but an at fault reason is basically actions by the tenant that justify termination of their tenancy, so non-payment of rent, criminal activity, nuisance, so on and so forth. Whereas a no fault reason is a situation where the tenant hasn't violated their lease or the law, and the termination is initiated by the landlord for other reasons. So for instance, a situation where an owner wants to move into their unit, or they want a family member to move into that unit, or, which is the main focus of the discussions here, substantial remodel. So we can go to the next slide, which talks a little bit more in depth about what substantial remodel is under state law. So it includes the replacement or substantial modification of structural, electrical, plumbing, or mechanical systems that requires a permit from a government agency, or it relates to the abatement of hazardous materials in accordance with applicable laws, and that requires the tenant to vacate the residential property for at least 30 consecutive days. So these repairs or these remodels cannot be done in a manner safely unless the tenant is out of the unit, and that's what justifies the termination of their tenancy. State law does provide that cosmetic improvements alone, such as painting or decorating, that can be performed safely with the tenant in the unit, do not qualify as a substantial remodel. And the TPA also establishes or lays out what needs to be included in a termination notice on the basis of substantial remodel, including copies of the required permits, the duration of the work that's to be completed, as well as a notice to the tenant that if the substantial remodel is not commenced or completed, then the tenant can move, the tenant must be given an opportunity to re-rent the unit at the same rent and with the same lease terms. So in addition to the just cause eviction protections, the state law also requires relocation assistance for any no-fault termination. So now we're out of the scope of non-payment, criminal activity, nuisance, and we're really focused on substantial remodel and owner move-in, withdrawal of the unit from the rental market, so on. And the amount of the relocation assistance is in the discretion of the landlord, either 1 month's actual rent in a cash payment to be provided within 15 calendar days of the notice, the termination notice, or the landlord can choose to merely waive the last month of rent for the tenant. The Tenant Protection Act also does provide some protections from retaliation for tenants who have exercised their legal right against a landlord, and it also requires that notices of termination include specific information, which I went over briefly for substantial remodel specifically. So one other area of state law that's often looked at when local jurisdictions are deciding whether to provide additional protections or enhance the law is the types of rental units or tenancies that the Tenant Protection Act applies to. So the just cause provisions of the Tenant Protection Act apply to all residential units except single-family homes, and really the terminology is separately alienable properties, which includes condos, because as we know, those are not actually one single-family home. They're multiple units, but they can be sold separately, right, from any other unit. That are not owned or controlled by a corporation, a real estate investment trust, or a limited liability company in which at least one member is a corporation. And then also homes in which tenants share bathroom or kitchen facilities with the owner, who is occupying the unit as their primary residence, single-family owner-occupied residence, including mobile homes, units that are issued a certificate of occupancy within the last 15 years, and that's a rolling basis, so literally daily, additional units might become covered under the Tenant Protection Act because was it issued a certificate of occupancy 15 years before today? If the answer is no, it was more recent, then it's exempt, but if it's yes, then it's covered. Keep going, there's additional exemptions. Mobile homes, which we touched on briefly, unless they are owned and offered for rent by the mobile home park owner. Duplexes, where the owner actually resides in one of the units and is renting out the other unit. This next one is kind of complicated, but it's basically just affordable housing that's restricted in some way. Dorms, as well as transient and tourist hotel occupancy units, so hotels and motels. So under the TPA, there are also a number of remedies and enforcement mechanisms. The most prevalent one is that the landlord's failure to comply with any of the requirements of the Tenant Protection Act, whether that's providing a proper written notice or providing relocation assistance, makes that termination notice void. In addition, tenants can also sue their landlord in civil court for damages and attorney's fees and costs, and they can raise violations of the Tenant Protection Act as a defense in an eviction case. And then more recently, the Tenant Protection Act was amended to allow the Attorney General, County Council, or City Attorney to seek injunctive relief. That means, asking them to stop doing the violation or the illegal activity that they're doing. So that means that the City Attorney, for example, could not seek damages in that case, or impose penalties. And it's really just asking them to stop whatever violation they are committing. So the Lemon Grove Urgency Ordinance, so this was adopted in February and amended in March, and for the most part it follows state law with the exception of the amount of relocation payments for no-fault evictions. So for many residents, the amount of the relocation assistance is 1 month of the small area fair market rent for their unit plus 1 month of the actual rent that's in effect. And then for certain categories of tenants, including low income, tenants that are 60 years or older, individuals with disabilities, or households with minor children, they receive an additional month of fair market rent under the local urgency ordinance. And the urgency ordinance expires in August. So this is what has prompted this conversation about whether the city wants to adopt more permanent, enhanced protections than what exists in state law. I think Tony, going back to you.
Okay, thank you, Nazanin. So I'm going to briefly cover our public outreach process. So as I mentioned, next slide, I think. We did have 2 public workshops, one on March 24th and one on April 9th. In addition, we also met with the Planning Commission on April 27th. So I just wanted to provide a little overview of what we heard from folks there. So staff, much like tonight, we presented on the housing profile and current state law, and then asked individuals in attendance for feedback on different policy options. So at the first workshop, we had about 20 people in attendance, and at the second workshop, we had about 30. And we do have the minutes from both of those workshops included as attachment B to your staff report. But in summary, for the two workshops, folks who were tenants in attendance, they expressed concerns that without stronger protections, they might face some rent increases, unjust evictions, or displacement caused by rising housing costs or redevelopment of their units. Some tenants were worried about housing instability, and particularly those who are lower income or maybe seniors on a fixed income. We also had supporters that felt that measures such as additional noticing requirements and public education and relocation assistance could help reduce displacement. And then we also had landlords in attendance and property owners who expressed different concerns that a tenant protection ordinance might increase operational costs for them and create administrative burdens and flexibility for them in managing their rental properties. Some other folks also thought that stricter eviction procedures or expanded tenant rights could make it more difficult for them to address non-payment of rent or damage to their properties or when disruptive behavior was taking place. Moving on to the Planning Commission, we, as I said, met with them on April 27th, and there were a variety of opinions, I wanted to say, from the Planning Commissioners, but I will attempt to summarize in general what we heard. So generally, they supported continued City Council review of a potential ordinance. There was support for landlord education. Commissioners generally agreed that tenant displacement is a serious concern in our community, and particularly for lower income or longer term tenants. Commissioners also discussed the need to balance tenant protections with the ability of property owners to repair or remodel their existing units. And then some commissioners also supported exploring additional relocation assistance or right of return provisions. Commissioners did differ a bit on whether or not enhanced relocation assistance should go beyond state law or whether state law was sufficient to address the challenges at hand. And then commissioners also differed a little bit in terms of whether local requirements should apply equally to all landlords or distinguish between small property owners and larger corporate property owners. Yes, and all of those minutes and comments are also part of your staff report as well. Next slide. So as part of the second workshop that we did conduct a survey of the folks that were on hand that evening and asked some questions about the different categories of policy options here. So relocation assistance, buyout agreements, substantial remodel evictions, right of return, and community priorities as a whole. Obviously, this is not all encompassing in terms of the policy options at hand, but we felt that it was a really good way to spur discussion at the workshop and get folks to provide feedback. Next slide. So in terms of community priorities as a whole, the majority of folks that attended felt that additional tenant protections would help reduce homelessness and protect vulnerable residents, and then help keep rents affordable. But there were also folks on hand who also felt strongly about maintaining landlord flexibility and minimizing regulation and encouraging redevelopment of units as well. Next slide. So the text on this slide is a little bit small, but it is in the agenda packages that we printed. But the purpose for including it in the report is really because we kept hearing a similar question from folks in terms of, okay, you have these different policy options at hand. What are the potential impacts, and are some better than others? And while it really depends on who you are, whether you're a property owner or a tenant, I think one of the things that we heard repeatedly, that relocation assistance was probably one of the items or policy options that has the greatest potential for helping tenants, but also, of course, there's a monetary impact for landlords as well. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Salahi to go over the various policy options for consideration by council this evening.
Okay, so we've kind of broken this down into 7 different areas. That's quite a bit, but you'll see that it kind of tracks with the different areas that exist in the Tenant Protection Act, and that would be in different sections of an ordinance, should you direct staff to come back with a draft. And so we've broken it down that way to make it a little bit more easy to run through the options. Before we jump in though, I did want to set some legal parameters and a framework for this discussion. And mostly this slide is a lot of words, but it tells you what you can and cannot do based on the existing state laws. So in general, under the police power, the city council has broad authority to limit the substantive grounds for eviction. But that broad authority is limited by existing areas of state law. So one that we touched on already is that a local ordinance must be more protective of tenants than state law, otherwise it will be void. And so what that means is, for example, you cannot add more exemptions from the just cause requirements. So you cannot exempt more types of tenancies from these types of protections. You also cannot create additional just causes beyond those that exist in state law. So you can't add additional bases on which a landlord could terminate a tenancy, unless it applies to tenancies that are not covered under the Tenant Protection Act. Your local ordinance also cannot conflict with the procedural requirements of the Unlawful Detainer Act. That's the state law that establishes the process by which landlords go through the legal process of getting a tenant to vacate a unit, or evicting them, right? So one thing you cannot do is increase noticing periods or create any sort of local procedure that seeks to adjudicate eviction. So you couldn't set up, for instance, a local board that determines, in lieu of a judge, whether or not the eviction is valid. You also, under there's a separate law, the Ellis Act, that provides for increased noticing periods, but you can only adopt Ellis Act noticing periods for units that are subject to local rent control, which you all do not have, and so therefore you cannot adopt Ellis Act regulations because you don't have units that are subject to local rent control. And this got cut off, but or my train of thought ran out, I guess. But you can also, as I mentioned before, add substantive requirements. So for instance, you can add requirements related to what goes in a termination notice and require that a landlord provide additional details beyond what is in state law when they're seeking to terminate a tenancy. Your local ordinance cannot limit the amount of rent, or may limit the amount of rent that's charged for a new tenancy where the prior tenancy was terminated for a no-fault just cause reason. This is a question we get a lot when talking about, how can you require that tenants return at the same rent? It's because Costa-Hawkins specifically creates an exemption to the general rule, which is that landlords can set the initial rents for a tenancy, what we call vacancy decontrol, which applies generally to almost all rentals in the state except for mobile homes. So because Costa-Hawkins explicitly allows for that, that is what gives you the authority to say, the next tenancy will only, you can only charge the same amount that prior tenant was paying when their tenancy was terminated. And then lastly, your local relocation assistance payments amount cannot be set so high that they become prohibitive. And that's a very, very high standard. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We mostly see those in Ellis Act cases, which again is not applicable here. So the cost is so high that it prevents the landlord from actually going out of the rental housing business. You can't set the amounts that high. Typically 2-3 months of fair market rent is pretty well tested standard and is not considered prohibitive. Okay, so jumping into the various policy areas, and one thing that I didn't touch on when I went over the provisions of state law is that the TPA's just cause provisions kick in once a tenant has resided in their unit for at least 12 months. Or if a new adult tenant is added to the tenancy during those first 12 months until at least one of the tenants has resided in the unit for 24 months. Very complicated. But one potential local policy option would be to apply the protections immediately on day one of the tenancy. You could also select a time frame in between that. You say like after 3 months, after 6 months. It becomes kind of arbitrary at that point, what makes sense. And then, or alternatively, what some jurisdictions have done is require that landlords offer tenants at the commencement of a tenancy a 12-month lease. And that kind of puts the power in the tenant's hands to elect whether, they want to have that protection or they want to have the benefit of having a shorter lease term, for instance, because they're not sure if they're going to stay there for 12 months. They might have life circumstances where they want to move. Go to the next one. Okay. So substantial remodel and right to return. This is, I think, where a majority of the conversations and the workshops and the planning commission focused, arising out of the circumstances of Seraph Grove tenants in part, but also just a concern that this substantial remodel just cause can be used as a loophole in order to get tenants out. So some policy questions for you all to consider is whether you want to narrow the definition of what qualifies as substantial remodel. We looked at the definition, you can change that. I think also the next slide in the presentation we have shows what some neighboring communities have done around the definition of substantial remodel and how they've elected to limit it. Or alternatively, what you could do is just eliminate substantial remodel as a just cause. And if you do that, it is recommended that you put in some sort of process whereby landlords and tenants can agree to have a tenant move out in order for necessary repairs and maintenance to be made. You don't want to prevent a landlord from being able to move their tenant out for some period of time in order to make the unit habitable and safe and healthy for that tenant. Some other policy decisions related to the substantial remodel is whether to require permits before eviction notices may be issued and to require copies of all of those permits. And then providing a right to reoccupy the unit after repairs is one way to provide additional protections to the tenants who are being displaced. And if you elect to provide a right to return, then the question becomes, at what rent is the tenant returning to? Is it the same rent that they were paying when they were displaced? Is it the rent that they were paying plus any rent increases that the landlord would have been entitled to under the Tenant Protection Act during the time that the tenant was out of the unit? Or is it a fair market rent or some other standard? And then what a lot of jurisdictions have also done where they have required a right to reoccupy is put in an alternative for landlords to also offer a right of first refusal to a comparable vacant unit. Usually that's either within the same complex or within the jurisdiction, so within the city of Lemon Grove. It wouldn't be outside of the city, because the point is to prevent displacement of community members from this community, right? And so that is something that you could also do as an alternative. The landlord offers both, and in the situation where the tenant elects the right of first refusal to a comparable unit, they would not get the right to reoccupy, and they would not get any relocation assistance payments. So it would be in lieu of those things. Okay. Then this is just the comparison of what jurisdictions have done around the definition of substantial remodel. I don't need to go into detail right now. Same with this one, I think we can go ahead and come back to this if it's useful for the conversation later. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, so relocation assistance options. This has also been a big area of discussion. And so we talked about how the Tenant Protection Act provides for 1 month's actual rent of relocation assistance. And so what a lot of jurisdictions have done in order to enhance the protections provided by the TPA is to increase that relocation assistance payment beyond 1 month's actual rent. The City Council has done that with the urgency ordinance, and there are a lot of options around how to structure relocation assistance and criteria, including this concept of special circumstances, which again is included in the urgency ordinance, but provide for supplemental payments for certain categories of tenants in recognition of the fact that they might face additional barriers to finding housing that meets their needs. Another related issue is also around the timing and the form of relocation payments. So whether the landlord can offer either a waiver of rent or it has to be a cash payment of the relocation assistance that was required. And then also the timing of that. So how much is provided before the tenant moves out, how much is provided at the time the tenant moves out, and how much is provided after the tenant moves out. And you can kind of set up a different, whatever you think is a fair system for distributing relocation assistance payments. And then one thing that's not touched on at all in state law is temporary displacement. So requiring landlords to pay relocation assistance either by offering comparable housing if they have it, or by providing per diem payments where they need to move their tenants out for a shorter period of time than 30 days in order to, like I said, do maintenance repairs that are not going to take 30 days, but that would require the tenant to vacate in order for it to be safe. So those are options around relocation assistance. And then this is just also a comparison of what some neighboring jurisdictions as well as other jurisdictions across the state have done related to relocation assistance. So applicability and exemptions. I'm not going to go deep into this one because again, this is getting very long and I've been talking for a very long time. But as I mentioned, you all can remove or refine the exemptions that exist in state law. I think the most common changes that I have seen be made are removing exemptions for single-family homes regardless of home ownership, and also reducing or removing the 15-year exemption window so that the just cause requirements apply to all units regardless of when they were built or who owns them. And one thing that I want to note about this is that you can, in this area, I know that I said that you can't add exemptions, but one thing that you could do is remove exemptions in order to apply the just cause requirement, the requirement to provide a tenant with the reason you're evicting them, to more types of tenancies and residential units. But then if you're going to provide enhanced relocation benefits or requirements, more finely tune those to say, for example, you could extend just cause protections to all tenancies of all single family homes in the city, but say enhanced relo, this additional relocation assistance amount, is only going to apply to landlords who own more than X number of units in the city, right? So you can do a little bit more nuanced stuff around the relocation requirement. But around the just cause requirement, you can only remove the exemptions, you cannot add. Okay. So state law does provide some protections against harassment and retaliation. And, a lot of times it's a question of what is the purpose of a local harassment and retaliation ordinance if these provisions already exist in state law. And really, I think it's twofold. One purpose is to better define the rights and obligations of landlords and tenants as it relates to their conduct with one another. And so you do that by providing a more comprehensive list of prohibited landlord conduct that would constitute harassment, and also further defining the types of tenant activities that are protected from retaliation. You can also create a rebuttable presumption of retaliation, which means that, if a tenant has complained to a code enforcement agency about the habitability of their unit, and then within 60 days, the landlord takes action to terminate their tenancy, it is presumed that that is retaliation, and that shifts the burden to the landlord to be the one to prove that they are terminating that tenancy for a valid reason and not in retaliation for the tenant complaining to code enforcement about the conditions in their unit. For civil penalties and enforcement around harassment or retaliation, certainly you could have it create an affirmative defense to an eviction, so a tenant can assert that harassment or retaliation is taking place, and that's the reason or the basis for the eviction. You can increase the penalties per violation beyond those that are in state law, and also allow for punitive damages where the tenant makes a showing that there's particularly egregious conduct, that the landlord undertook this conduct with malice or fraud, whatever it is. And then you can also have additional damages, so similar to the special circumstances payments under relocation assistance, you can create additional damages or provide for additional damages for certain categories of statutorily protected tenants. Okay. So enforcement and remedies in general around a tenant protection ordinance. So obviously allowing violations of a local ordinance as an affirmative defense in eviction actions, I would say this is probably the most used and effective enforcement mechanism by tenants when there are state or local protections of this type. And then civil penalties, so you can set minimum penalties per violation of the ordinance. Again, provide for punitive damages to be ordered by a court in a civil suit. Allow for restitution of the premises, which means returning the premises to the possession of the tenant if they demonstrate that they were unlawfully evicted. And then authorizing injunctive or declaratory relief that a court can, that tenant can seek that and a court can order that. And then as far as city enforcement goes, as I mentioned, the Tenant Protection Act right now only provides for only authorizes the city attorney to seek injunctive relief. You could at the local level authorize the city attorney to do a civil suit in general that also seeks damages or basically recovery of any penalties or fines that might be charged for violations of the ordinance. And these are just considerations related to, in particular, that last section, but the limitations as far as staffing on the city's ability to take an active enforcement role in this type of ordinance. Next slide. I think this is, yes, the last area. So other policy considerations, things that have come up in the conversations so far. Buyout agreements is one area. The city of San Diego has adopted some regulations around buyout agreements. These are colloquially called cash for keys. So if you're wondering what that is, where a landlord basically offers you a payment in order for you to leave the unit. And so just creating some regulations around that to require mandatory disclosure by the landlord to the tenant during the buyout negotiations, or requiring a cooling off period, so allowing the tenant 72 hours, for example, to, after they entered into a buyout agreement, to determine if they want to stay in that agreement, if they want to rescind it. For noticing, there's been some interest in informational notices to be provided to tenants about the existence of either state law or a local ordinance. Anytime that a landlord issues an eviction notice or a rent increase notice to their tenant. And then also, you can further, as I mentioned, further define the information that the landlord must include in a termination notice. And then around data collection, there's been conversation about a requirement that landlords file any eviction notices or a summons and complaint in an eviction case with the city anytime that they issue one to a tenant or they file an eviction lawsuit in court. Okay. We can go to the next slide. I don't remember, Tony, if you were gonna do these ones or if you want me to.
All right, thank you, Nazanin. Can you advance one slide, please? One more. Okay, so we've presented all the feedback we've received from the public through the public outreach process and various policy options to the city council. So we would like to solicit your feedback now, council, and walk through the various policy options with you this evening for consideration of whether or not you would like to adopt a tenant protection ordinance, and if so, what you would like to see in it. From a procedural standpoint, we'll take that feedback tonight that we received from you, and if directed to draft an ordinance, then we would return to you in June with a draft ordinance for your consideration. So, Joelle, would you mind going back to the first slide with the graph? So it's number 1. There you go. All right. So Nazanin, would you like to walk the council through the various policy options? Well, right.
Should we maybe start off with whether there's interest from a majority of the council to direct us to draft an ordinance?
Yeah, we also need public comment
Oh,
first,
yeah.
so we'll turn it back over to the mayor so we can.
Yeah. Just a recommendation, in the future on the notices, if we can put if they're in favor or against the item on here, so that way if they're not here, we'll know whether or not they're in favor or against the item. That'd be helpful. Next week, we'll now turn to the public comment portion of the meeting. I appreciate your patience. You guys are diehards. Guillermo Gonzalez.
Hello. First time here. Thank you for having me today. I am a resident of Lemon Grove.
Sorry to interrupt you, 2 minutes.
Yeah, every speaker will get 2 minutes and then let our city clerk get on.
Yeah, I'm aware, thank you. I'm a homeowner and resident of Lemon Grove. Here in opposition to the tenant protection ordinance. I'd like to say that I voted for about half of the members in this council member, believing that the priority for all of you would be to improve the city of Lemon Grove. Strengthening neighborhoods, increasing investment in our city was what I expected of you when I voted for you. Lemon Grove is a beautiful, centrally located community with tremendous potential. However, many residents are increasingly concerned about homelessness, vandalism, drug activity, as we saw earlier today, and the overall condition of our main corridors. Instead of policies that encourage revitalization and home ownership, I believe this proposed ordinance moves the city in the wrong direction. As a homeowner and resident of Lemon Grove, I expect city leadership to focus on public safety, economic growth, and attracting investment that benefits the entire community. I am concerned that a tenant protection ordinance would discourage property ownership, reduce private investment, and make it more difficult to improve struggling areas of the city. A substantial remodel, such as the one on the slide earlier about some apartments here, should not be penalized. Doing so will send the wrong message to property owners and would potentially result in a forever aging city. Why is this city that runs under a skeleton crew, by the way, opening itself for such big liabilities? Are we hoping for some lawsuits? I really hope you don't. I strongly oppose this ordinance, and thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, thank you. Matthew Fuller is our next speaker. Matthew Fuller, Ken King,
He's not here, but he's against it.
Stephen Gaspar,
Against it.
Richard Hammett,
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Acts of God. I'd like for you to look at the McReynolds, Jerry McReynolds subdivision number 1, 1975 on Royston. There's 3 duplexes. I mentioned this to you on February 3rd, 3 duplexes. There are 2 culverts that come down there. City of San Diego, in our workshop number 2, the situation with the City of San Diego flooding, and having to move the tenants out and pay for the relocation cost, and then having to move to fix the place, 2 expenses, and then move them back at the same rent. Each tenant, as I understood the situation, was protected by the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. I believe I heard you make a statement that if you have a problem with that, you just made a bad business decision. That may not have been you. I apologize if you didn't make that. You can go back and look at the recordings. Madam Mayor, I don't mean to be rude about this, but this is serious business. We are going to make a decision in this community, and it made bankrupt. It literally made bankrupt the 80% of our rental parcels that are 2 units, duplexes, and 2 home lots. 80% in this town. Acts of God. There's a situation coming with rain, more rain than we've had since 1877 is predicted with the latest El Nino. You've seen the flooding that occurs in this town. We are not the hills of Oakland. We are not Salinas, California. We are not downtown San Francisco. We are Lemon Grove. It's an old town. We have buried pipes. We have cast iron pipes. We have a situation where we have a lot of landlord risk in dealing with these properties. And Madam Mayor, I just want to say that when something goes wrong at your house, who pays for that? Thank you very much.
thank you. Next we have Yasmin Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Our small mom and pop homeowners should not be forced to shoulder the burden of hefty reallocation fees. The city needs to step up with fair and balanced protections where tenant stability is supported while small property owners are not penalized beyond reason. We should explore city-managed rental emergency assistance, a fund that the city and nonprofit and community partners collaborate to help cover reallocation assistance in true hardships. This creates a fair solution that protects tenants while supporting responsible small landlords who are trying to keep up with rising costs themselves. As Councilmember Jennifer Mendoza said, in regards to the development director, I want to look into this a little bit more before I make a decision. I believe that's the right approach in this case. We don't want to spend $70,000 on a project that we don't get completed, and we definitely do not want to open up our city to lawsuits. Policies like this deserve careful consideration because if it's implemented improperly, they could end up being more harmful than helpful to the community that we're trying to protect. I ask City Council to slow down, fully evaluate long-term impacts of this ordinance that it could have in our small town. Housing availability and our local community ensures that a solution is brought forward that is fair, practical, and sustainable for everyone that's involved. Thank you.
Next, we have Molly Kirkland.
Good evening, good night, Mayor, council members. Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for the workshops and really listening to the community, both sides. It's a shame that we don't have a lot of folks from both sides here tonight. I won't go into all of our policy concerns with this. I think you received our communications on that front a few times. I think what I'd like to say is that yes, we do believe that state law is the best standard. It's consistent, it provides clarity, it helps both parties really understand their rights and responsibilities. That said, it is a laudable goal to make sure tenants are protected. And so we like state law coupled with robust education and outreach. And to echo what Yasmin said, look at programs, funding, and I know funding isn't easy to come by for local governments right now, that directly support tenants. San Diego's HIP program provides rental assistance for those who need a leg up, pays the landlord directly, all parties are made whole, and keep folks off the street. Security deposit assistance, moving assistance. City of Oceanside did a rental application fee reimbursement program for certain income levels. So I think it's a laudable goal to look at those programs that maybe you can't do right now, but to look at them down the road. In the interim, really focus on education and outreach. We're happy to partner on that. I think what we've learned along the way in a lot of these workshops is that people really didn't know what the laws were, what the exemptions were, how they apply at different properties, what tenants' rights are, and quite frankly, California law is considered to be one of the most protective laws in the country. Is it perfect? No, no law is perfect. But I think there's ways that a small community, a small tight-knit community like Lemon Grove, who cares about all of its residents, tenants, and property owners alike, can really come to the table and find something that's fair and balanced, but largely, again, based on state law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Ching.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is George Ching with the Pacific Southwest Association of Realtors. I'll keep it brief as well. Just here to speak in opposition to additional proposed laws at the local level and supporting the enforcement of state law. Thank you.
All right, I don't have any other speaker slips. I do note that there are some of the tenants who've spoken in the past here in the audience. Do you want to speak tonight, or are you good? Okay, all right. Yes.
Written public comment was received for item number 2. Copies of those letters have been distributed to the full council, and copies have been made available at the public review table.
Thank you so much. So there's been considerable discussion. There's a lot for us to think about. And I think that this discussion would go until 1 a.m. and I do not have the stamina for that. And so what I'm gonna do is request that this be put off, council's deliberation and discussion about this be put off to the second meeting in June. And then we can come back during the interim period, and implore my council, if you want to provide feedback to city staff along the way, that's great. But this will give us ample time to digest and go over a lot of the information we were able to receive today. Yeah, I'm not staying till 1, so, and I get to leave.
Can you vote on it? I am not feeling.
Yeah, we're not done.
I came here sick so that I could hear everyone speak, but
I'll move to continue this until the second meeting in June. I will tell you that this, I have a job, I have things, I'm not staying till 11, and I honored your request when you asked for it, and now you're like being adamant at 11 o'clock at night. That, I think, so I don't know what is the substitute motion then? This is why we don't go past 11. I need a nap.
What's your substitute motion?
My substitute motion is to come back after this urgent ordinance has expired and we take care of other additional business that needs to take. The substitute motion is to move this item until after the current urgent ordinance has expired, which is in August, and we take care of much needed city business. We are really overworked. We have been at so many workshops. We have a lot more workshops to go to and meetings. And this will give everybody time to digest all the information. I agree. I don't want to stay here past 11:10. It's late, and I thank you, everybody, for coming and being here tonight and waiting till this time. Can I get a second?
It didn't get a second, so.
No, so there's no second, so the substitute motion fails.
Okay, so then we should vote on the first, correct?
Let me, okay, so there is no second for the substitute motion. Hearing none, the substitute motion fails. Is there an alternative substitute motion?
I'm not gonna give an alternative.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second that's on the table to continue this item until the second meeting in June.
Clerk, will you call the roll?
I'll now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Mendoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Altamirano,
No?
Councilmember Smith,
Say, I'll agree for the second meeting in June, because staff does need time to craft the ordinance after we give them direction. So, yeah, I will say, aye, is it continuing this to the second meeting in June?
Mayor Pro Tem Iridian.
No, I'd rather continue tonight because we've already put this on long enough.
That's an aye or?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Okay, so we will now move on to go ahead and, normally we have our council member reports and our city manager's report. I will just note, we'll push those off to the next regularly scheduled meeting as well. We do have Paws in the Park coming up May 30th, so bring your furry friends. And then on our next regularly scheduled city meeting will be on June 2nd. And we will adjourn tonight in honor of former council member Howard Cook. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your stamina. Have a good night.
Pleased to meet you.